Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I greet you with the love and the honor of the Infinite Creator. And I do continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. And happy Friday night, or it's actually Saturday morning here on it's now the 4th. And I'm so happy to say that part of my uh, predictions for an early fall has come to South Georgia. It was 68 degrees last night. Normally, it takes a little longer into September for our temperatures to dip into the 60s. It's beautiful outside tonight. Oh my God. It's been rainy and cloudy for the last 3 months. And it's for the last 2 nights, I've actually been able to go outside and look at the stars. Oh my goodness. It's beautiful. Hey, Chloe. How are you? Happy Friday, Saturday, whichever it is to you, or Saturday, Friday, depending. I hope everybody's doing well out there. It I was going to do a video earlier on in the week, and just things got a little complicated for me. It's okay. It is what it is. But I wanted to get on here and, I'm trying not to hide. There are sometimes, as part of being a hermit, that quite frankly, as much as you think, I don't think I have that much to say, but to those, there are times when it's just like, and I mean this with all kindness, but I just don't want to talk to anybody. I just don't want to have a chat. Don't want to get on the internet. I don't want to, please don't make me do it, and I have to do it anyway, because it's my job and I don't mind really. But there are sometimes it's just like, um, some folks just keep repeating the same stuff to me after years of having discussions. And there are certain things that seem to be like, they just don't pay any attention to. And they keep quoting me things out of the Bible about the world this and the world that and the world this. And I go, hang on. We need to back up that tiny little bus that you're riding in, and let's have a discussion. Well, what you mean, Dave? And I say, well, what I mean is that every time they use the Bible in some kind of sense or other, that we got 2 minutes before 20, by the way, for those of you who might partake. I'm trying to find my latest acquisition, I guess, and load my bowl. But so this discussion is about the Bible, sort of, but not to beat it up or anything. It's to let's have a serious chat about some of this stuff. And what I mean by that is they go telling me, well, it's about the world, Palestine and Israel, and God told them Israel had the right and all this kind of stuff. Well, even in the Bible, in some of the old Bibles that have maps in them, where Jerusalem and stuff is in the land of Palestine. But anyway, so there are so many folks who want to claim that the world is according to the Bible. And I have to ask this question, are you sure? Well, yeah, I mean, God said, and, and it says in the Old Testament, in the Bible, and then this, and okay, just before you get your hackles all hackled up, I just want to ask you just a little more, please. I mean this with the utmost of respect, but you say the whole world, the planet is part of this, the Jewish thing, right? Oh yeah, they go to here and the 12 tribes and all this. And I said, okie doke. But bear with me now. The New World, which is the Americas, wasn't discovered until, 1,500 years after Jesus was found, you know. And so the idea that the Bible quotes that it's the world, and I want to say, please, let's just stop and think about this. The world, according to the Bible, is that which is in the Middle East. It does not include the Americas. Why? Because it don't. Before, when the Bible was written 2,000 years ago and before, they didn't have any clue at all across the ocean's blue that there was another continent, North and South America. I mean, we're kind of sort of connected, and so that we were here at all. So people keep shoving this Bible thingy on me about, well, yeah, that's what God said. No, God said the world as the people in the Bible knew it. It was one great big continent. It's Europe, it's Asia, it's Eurasia, it's all connected. You can go from the Atlantic Ocean, it'll take you a while, but you can cross all of the continent of Europe, Russia, and get to the Pacific Ocean without having to cross an ocean, okay? So the world, as the Bible knew it, was this great big piece of property. So we have to consider, please consider, when people are talking about the world and the Bible, is the world in the Bible our present day world? Meaning simply, our present day world includes the Americas. It includes the Middle East. It includes this area. It includes all these other things, right? So as many of you know, in my studies as a shaman in training, their traditions go back 3,000, 4,000. Oral tradition goes 4,000 years back, right? And in some tribes, cases, and places, and the Hopi and stuff, I mean, their traditions in oral histories and stories have a tendency to go even further back. So you say, well, but that's not the same as the Bible. I would agree. You're right. But a couple of years ago, as I've told this story, it's true. My friend, if he's still alive, bless you, Kashka. And if you're not, aho. That Native traditions can go back 4,000 years. The state of Alaska included the Tlingit tribe's oral history as an official history of Alaska, a part of the oral history of Alaska. So, they passed the law and brought it in. So here's the thing, though. It's not written down. When I talked to Koshka, he was very emphatic, and he said, I can't write this down except for my own notes. He said, I can't record it. That's part of the deal. He said, of course, back then, 100 years ago, they didn't have recorders. They could take pictures and stuff, but they didn't have voice recorders. And so, well, maybe 120 years ago, but you know what I mean, the turn of the century. So for the last 120 years, there have been some type of recording devices, but so for 3,500 years, they've been telling stories. They've been telling the legends. So just because it hasn't been written in a book or because it hasn't been recorded onto some kind of thing, that those Christians who believe, many of them unfortunately still believe, that the Native Americans are a bunch of savages, you know. But here's the thing. We got to look for those folks who want to consider that the Bible means the whole planet. Oh, well, it says in the Bible about the world being round. Okay, but just because it says that the world is a globe, and no offense, but where'd they get the word globe from back then? Okay, just saying. There seems to be certain words that are interjected that, like, you know, a person crossing the desert ain't thinking globally, not 2,000 years ago. You know what I'm saying? Well, the planet, the earth, this that we stand on, this which we live on, the, you know, the land that God gave us, you know. So, but at the time, the Israelites and them folks, hey, Alexander, how are you? Oh, by the way, I am going to get high now because I was filling up my bowl while I was sort of doing interruptions. It's 1:26. I'm 6 minutes past the 20. Tribe talk about the world being hollow. I absolutely believe there's a really good part to that. Is it like hollow? But no, I do. Having been a spelunker, I've been in some caves down here in South Georgia that very few people have ever been in. So, and I've been in like 11 or 12 times. It's somewhere around there. But so, you know, there are hollow places in the earth. There's the stories of, you know, Admiral Byrd when he flew to the North Pole and then went to the South Pole, and we got our collective butts kicked with the ET or whatever when he went to Antarctica after World War II. So there's a lot of, you know, and the other thing is that the earth is round. Which I'm sorry, but it is for those folks who still want to think that it's, you know, that it's flat. There are some very flat spot on this planet, don't get me wrong, but the earth ain't. Okay. That's just the way it is. Holy mackerel. Hang on to that one. Woo. I think, yeah, Operation High Jump. Right. Then there's been a lot of legends, okay, meanings. Okay, you can say, well, they're just stories, Dave. Okay, they're stories, but um, here's the thing. If you've ever been to the carnival, which I grew up on, I ran one of the first rides I ever really, you know, worked on as a carny was the merry-go-round. And the inside of the merry-go-round, when it was running, went slower than the outside of the merry-go-round because you could get off or on to the ride really easy on the inside of the merry-go-round. Why? Because it's not going quite as fast. Well, what are you talking about, Dave? Okay, Willis, listen. So on the outside, the speed is going faster. And when you get on or off, you can bust your butt, depending on if you know what you're doing. You can skip, trip, fall, miss your landing, and that kind of thing. So playing with the carnival and playing with rides and everything on rides pretty much goes round and round and round and round. That things get slung to the outside. So here's the earth that is spinning. We can agree on that one, I think. But so what happens when things are spinning? It has a tendency to throw whatever in the middle towards the outside. Like if you've ever ridden the roundup, you know, where you get in, you strap around, and it goes around like hell, and the whole thing turns up sideways, and people are going around like this, you know, the big barrel, the gravitron, you know, where the floor drops out and you're still up there kind of stuck to the wall. So we have to think about that. And honestly, we have to include that in our conversation with this stuff, right? So, is the world hollow? I would say there are some hollow spots in it. Do we have a solid hot core? I'm not sure that's true, because there are places within the earth, caverns and things like that, that they're very cold. If I've been in the many caves as I have. I've been probably in at least 20 caves in my lifetime because I've gone to different ones. I've been in some down here in South Georgia. I just, that's one of the things I like. Hey, Mel, how are you? So this idea, though, that, things about the earth that come out of the earth, and there are native tribes that believe they lived in the earth, okay? And that they literally came out of the earth to become a part of on top many, many, many moons ago, right? But here's the thing. Folks in even the continent of Africa, it's still attached to the Middle East, except by the Suez Canal. But I mean, it's a ditch, right? It's a drainage ditch. But so everything is connected up, in up there around the Mediterranean. But so from the Atlantic Ocean, even you could see England off the coast of France. You could say, well, they're a part of this, right? But from the Atlantic Ocean all the way through Europe and Russia, Prussia, India, Pakistan, all through there, all the way to the Pacific Ocean is one big piece of property. Okay, think about that. So it hasn't been written about the Americas. Now, the folks in the Americas have stories of visitors. Okay, they even have a visit. Some tribes have this a story of this white man, wise man, shaman kind of person that had visited different tribes. But he was very calm and sat down and smoked the peace pipe and smoked the pipe well and spoke truth and with his eyes. And so. But he was just a traveler. He was just he was a wisdom keeper in his own way, and possibly an elder, but that's not where the stories go. It was just a traveler. And so there are those who say it could have been Jesus. It could have been. Okay. It could, depending on what year, it could have been any reincarnation or carnation of that spirit. It could have been other folks speaking on his behalf, meaning of the Charistus or someone. So, but people want to poo-poo the Americas. Well, the world that according to the Bible, it goes back all these years. Yes, but it does not include the Americas. Oh, but yes, it does. It says the world. Yeah, but they didn't know about the Americas, most folks. Where there were those who come around through the South and the islands and mariners maybe, but very few people knew of the Americas. Okay. So where does this Old Testament get off on, they got chariots and horses. Okay. They're still using stone axes and things. I mean, they're just learning how to make metals and stuff. What's his name Marco Polo goes to China to find out about gunpowder. I mean, the Chinese have been using gunpowder for how long now with all their celebrations? Who showed them how to make gunpowder? Just curious, and what to add in it to get all the different colors and the right proportions. That's some alchemy right there now. So, but nobody talks about that, because it's China. So, but the Bible world, or the world of the Bible, is supposedly includes China and and Australia. Well, what about all them indigenous folks down there? They don't necessarily want to be included with the Bible thing because they're on their own little island. It's a pretty big one, but continent. Okay, so the Bible, but the Bible says the world. Hang on, my friends. If they didn't know that it existed, how could it have been written into the Bible? as part of the Old Testament. But it says in the Bible, that's not what I asked you. I'm having this conversation. I love you. I know where you're headed with this, but I love you. You must stop and think about this. But the world and God said, no, the Bible, wait a minute, the Old Testament, hang on. So what was written down years ago by a bunch of supposedly, darkish white people. I mean, because, the Middle Easterners are not white, by the way, white people. Um, it's so silly about this stuff. But anyway, so this idea that somehow God meant the whole world. Yeah, but wait a minute. If we didn't know that it even existed, well, the giants were here in these mountains, and they were here over there, and they were in the Holy Land, and they were in Egypt, and they came out of Africa. They came out of Asia and Russia. They came out of not the Balkans, the Sweden, the northern countries, and, like the Vikings and the warriors. And so these folks came together, right? They fought, they had wars. Okay, but where does the Native American come into any of this? I mean, any of it. They were still using flint. Many Native Americans still use flint. It's wonderful. But this idea that all those years ago, the God of Israel was talking to the Native Americans, both North and South, because there's a lot of similarities in the Americas that do not exist in, over yonder. But now we also have to take into account Machu Picchu down in South America, those big carvings that look like things from the sky, but, people, Hopi tribe is one of the oldest. Yep. And so, but to the point of that, folks who carry the Bible don't give two shits about that. Well, but the Hopi tribe, no, the Bible says. But the Hopi tribe, no, the Bible says. Well, what about the Lakota? No. What about the Tlingit? No, the Bible says. Yeah, but we were separated by oceans and had nothing. Come on, let's be honest. The Americas had nothing to do with what is in the Bible, Old Testament, however far back it goes, because we simply didn't know. There's a separation of the oceans. The ancients didn't fly over here and go, oh, look, there's a whole nother part of the world. No, the Bible is written for that continent and for that area and the people who are involved with that book. Okay. But the people in Norway and Sweden and up yonder, the Vikings and all them, Sven and all his buddies, they knew about Thor. And their traditions go back long times. And there are a lot of people, oh, them Vikings were bloodthirsty. Maybe they were, but at the same time, if a guy walked up and said, give me all your stuff, and you said, here, versus stabbing him and killing him, but there are stories and there are legends about how the Vikings were so cruel. But listen, them Romans were some cruel sons of bitches too. And so were some of them other folks. Some of them Spaniards weren't the best of guys when they came over and took over Mexico. So let's not talk about who was vicious and who wasn't. Who was vicious or not depended on whether or not the church backed you. And if the Vikings weren't part of the Catholic Church, then guess what? The Vikings were bad people. They were killers. I'm not trying to stand up for the Vikings, mind you, because they did some dirty shit, but so did England, and so did some of the French, and so did some of the, because our, quote, society is kind of French and some German thrown in, a little Spanish. But, when people talk about Europe, Spain, this is just my humble opinion. They leave out Spain and Portugal. When was the last time you heard the EU Council? Portugal, Spain, they're a large part of that landmass over yonder, right on the ocean, right on the, Spain is on the Atlantic and on the Mediterranean. Portugal sits right there. Vasco da Gamas and all them, smart guys that knew about sailing and so forth. We're from Portugal, by the way. So this idea that the world existed 3, 4, 5, 6,000 years ago, quote, in the Bible, through all these begettings and the giants and all this. Now, I ain't saying that the giants couldn't have swam the Atlantic Ocean, or they couldn't have come around through the upper tiers and crossed or something. Don't know. And there is evidence of giants on North and South America. So, but the idea that America, the Americas, including Mexico, this whole line of us over here, okay, is supposed to take the Bible and that we over here are somehow included in this land of Jericho and all this and the thingy, and that no, we ain't. It's their world, okay? No, but no, it don't. Well, but it includes, and God meant, where does it say that? Well, he said the world, yeah, but back then they had no idea that we existed, okay? So both tribes, both North and South America, were living in hide tents and huts and things because they could move and shaft and do, and and people say, well, yeah, they were savages. Why? Because they didn't build great big cathedrals and great big castles and great big anythings. Well, out west, they built some stuff and they used the natural resources. I can't think out there in the desert, there's that place, but you might, yeah, the Romans and the Spanish. But you notice when they talk about Europe, though, and discussions of Europe, when was the last time you really heard Spain in there? You know what I'm saying? I mean, just saying. Oh, there's French and there's these and the Italians, but you don't hear much about the Spaniards. I'm just making a pointing that out. But so, but it's part of that landmass. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but the Spaniards, they're they're Don Quixote. All right. But let's have this discussion, though. But the people, and I thought as many of you know, I was raised Catholic, and I've been listening and reading and studying the Bible for many years, and for this contemplation, and from my own self, from a Catholic's point of view, I went to Catholic school, graduated 1970. 50-year reunion was last year. They're going to hold it this October, November. I don't know if I can get to Tampa or not, but it would be cool to see who's still alive after all these years. The fact that I'm still walking it up, that's something. It'd be nice just to go in and go, hey, y'all, here's my long hippie hair and no teeth, but I'm still walking, I'm still talking. How y'all doing? Not that I wish bad on them, you know what I mean? Just I don't. But some people would, absolutely reject my quote lifestyle, and their, if they weren't in an apartment with, heating and air and blah, blah, blah. And, I just don't go there. But I had a good conversation with the neighbor today. Oh, and I woke up this morning and Duggar barked once, and I was holding him down, and out across the yard towards where the woods begin was a great big giant deer just standing there, purty as you please. 9 o'clock exactly this morning. Well, 9 o'clock day's time. I don't set my clocks up, right? So it would have been 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight, but it's 9 o'clock regular time, right? And that deer was standing there where I keep a path mowed back over to the fence. Oh my God, it was beautiful. Just standing there just across our little ways. But anyway, so was blessed with Mother Nature this morning and, smiling in the window. I don't know if the deer, I'm going to have to go over there and look back and see if I can see in the house. Because I don't know it, but I'm sure Duggar barking startled the deer. But so if I want to go look for deer, he's going to have to stay at the house. that that's an obvious right there. But anyway, um, but this idea, the world according to the Bible, is what's written in the Bible. It's Jericho. It's this place. It's the Mount Olives. It's this. It's probably Iraq and Egypt. It's there, right? It ain't here. And I think for some of I've had many Jewish friends. So I think as some of the Jewish folks would think that they want to, some of them have been to Israel and they've come back and they go, it's a nice place, but the guns and the bombs, and I'd rather come home. So, but they're the ones that have claimed by God, and I can see why the Palestinians are pissed, because it was Palestine even in the old maps of the Bible. So where Jerusalem and everything is now and was then was in Palestine. So this idea that the Palestinians have no right to any of that land, and Israel, because after World War II and all of the German Jews and things and all the Polish Jews and all, they said, we're going to give you a stretch of land. Well, but it still belonged to it was still Palestine. Oh, but now all of a sudden it's the state of Israel because they wanted it that way. Whoever was trying to be nice and that all the Jews could go and they wouldn't have to worry about anybody beating them up or nothing, they could call their own home. Well, why didn't they go back to Poland? Why didn't they go back to where they originally came from? If they were German Jews, then go back to Germany. Heal all wounds or whatever. If you're a German Jew after the war, you could probably kick anybody's ass you wanted to because you dared the Germans speak up. We beat you. So this idea that they were, hey, Mossy man, Rothschilds created the modern Israel. Yep. But to the point, though, that they're using the Bible as the right to do it, you see. Now, I think God, in his infinite wisdom, would have said, you're supposed to share. Well, Israel, all the Jews could move back to, quote, the Holy Land. Is it holy to the Palestinians, but in a different way? So now they don't agree with this. So the world of the Bible world, right, by, quote, the Jews, the Old Testament is basically the, I can't think of the Jewish Bible. But anyway, the Torah, right? So, but hang on. So they have the right to the Holy Land. Really? Because God said, really? Yeah, because it says so in this book. Really? So, but then when these folks who have all become Christian or Jewish or whatever, that they use this as their premise. And I'm talking about years ago too now, before, quote, Israel was really established. One of the reasons why there are some stuff, there's something that like jewelry comes from Jewish, and the garnish and jewelry and the money. I don't know how true that is, but hey, Mossy man. The Tamuk, right. Thank you. Okay. I can't remember, but I've known people from different religions, and and I mean no offense to anyone of any religion, but people have to put things in perspective. So the world 3,000 years ago wasn't the planet. It was this huge continent of Europe and Asia and China. Okay, and everything that could be touched, or okay, so it's like Africa, the Suez Canal, and then okay, so you might have had to row a boat across the to get to the other continent, but you could see it. You stood on the Straits of Gibraltar in Portugal, you ain't seeing the East Coast of America. That just ain't happening. And the fact that Native peoples of the Americas, they had no engines. They weren't using steam per se. I mean, they used steam in ways naturally to like tan hides, to straighten out wood. I mean, they knew how to do things. But because they weren't, quote, so technically advanced, but here's the thing. Native peoples, north, south, and in between in Mexico, the true native folks believe in the land. So they want to live with the land. So they saw no need. Well, how's your teepee? Well, let me tell you, I've been in quite a few lodges in my few years, and some of them were toasty, roasty, smoky, a little warm in the summertime, but if you're going to live in a tent, you got to do what it does. But this idea, though, that the idea that people said some Native Americans were Jews. Jews have been here in North America. See, I don't believe that. What now? Because of the different tribes and peoples that I've studied of the 500 nations, they don't do things like the Jews do. I mean, in any of their stuff, they just don't. So I don't believe that that the Jews had anything to do with North American Indian or the Americas, the natives. In their cultures and everything that I've studied, nothing, because everything was done orally. All the stories and all the legends and all the histories and everything were all done orally, and ain't nothing about the Jews in there. Okay. I'm half Native American. Some of the stories of Cherokee describe Jesus, the Messiah, by Native elders by this. I've heard that too, because, I'm supposedly somewhere in the quarter range of Cherokee. But the thing is that these were stories. How do I put this? Especially the Cherokee, because we're on the East Coast. There are lots of folks that come over here and influence the stories. So the idea that Jesus the Messiah, but now there are stories, you missed this earlier on, Mossy Man, that there were this white, quote, prophet, elder was seen in many different native communities. And it's been told in several legends from, all over North America. And even I talked with one of, I think he was from Peru, Inca. But he was a native shaman. He was like, "Oh yeah, we have stories of the white man, who the whites call the Messiah. That's not the natives called him. They called him, the white elder, the wise man." And that sort of somehow along the line they've twisted that word a little bit into, quote, Messiah to fit their narrative. But when all the native folks I've talked to is like, yeah, he was considered a wise man or an elder or a shaman. But they were like, nah, nothing about this Messiah stuff. But so anyway, the folks the native traditions and legends that go back 3,000 years, I just absolutely, all the things and all the folks and all the people that I've studied, there's not Jewish in it, in my humble opinion. Okay. But the Eastern Cherokee have been influenced since the 1500s. Okay. So some of these stories that are 300-400 years old, through peoples and things and stuff, just saying, has been, the stories may have not have been written down correctly. But so that part of it, if it's true, okie dokie, but I've just not seen it. All right. But anyway, whether Native Americans are Jewish or not is not really why I'm here to discuss. What I'm here to discuss is what's in the Bible as the land that's supposedly the world. And the world is over there. It does not include the Americas is my thing. And folks who want to continue to push that the Bible's world includes us over here, I say, sorry, but it doesn't. You know, okay, well, but all this, it's all about Jericho and the mountains and the thingy and the desert and the Dead Sea, the Sea of Galilee. It's all about that, right? It ain't got nothing to do with the Mississippi River, the Gulf of Mexico, or, cheese fries in Philadelphia. So, but now the Vikings, on the other hand, have been over here for a lot longer. I can see Viking traditions in the north and the Iroquois and some of them folks up there. I don't know if those Vikings were Jewish though, and I don't mean that in disrespect. Okay, this is for discussion, but I'm just having known quite a few, having several Jewish friends in the theater group and so forth that I've known for well, many of them have already passed away and left me here behind, but with all the discussions and topics and things, and me being Catholic and having conversations with Jewish folks, I mean, we talked about stuff that just don't see it, So, but the fact that somehow the folks in Israel knew about North America, in my humble opinion, is a really big stretch. Or they knew what the Incas were doing, or they knew what the folks in Peru and Machu Picchu and them folks down there, they knew what they was up to. Well, I just don't think so. There are a lot of similarities in some of the big, large, huge structures, but at the same time, I think about it and I go, were the Egyptians in South America? Or where some other folks that had nothing to do with this planet have visited both sites. There's a lot of stuff at Machu Picchu that just does not make sense. And how, the native folks of the Andes are a lot shorter status. So they're moving huge rocks up, up into these, tall mountain. Come on. They're doing all, nah, not without some machinery or some help. Do I think they had help? Yeah. Do I think that some of those alien ancient elders are still available and down around there? Yes. Too many folks have seen them, sighted them, and all that kind of stuff. So, but that's where my belief is. So folks say, well, yeah, well, then you can't believe in the Bible. And I go, I can believe in the Bible as a really good history story kind of thing. But this idea that I have to believe every single word of it, because someone said in there that it's the word of God. Can we just keep the text as a history book? Well, he said, she said, he begot, she begot, there was all this begotten going on. But what does that mean for us here in the Americas? And I think the Bible does not apply to us in that respect. Okay. Because we are not there. The story did not start here, it started there. So it's not our story. So just remember that. And I mean this with the utmost of, I know a lot of people read the Bible. I love them dearly. Like I said, I still read passages. I've got 2 Bibles at least here in the house. So I'm not opposed to, looking up a concordance on the internet or something. But this idea that somehow the Old Testament applies to the entire world, in my humble opinion, leaves out the Chinese entirely. Okay. And that Jewish and traditions got into Burma and India and Pakistan and moved eastward, but never really made it to China because China had its own thing going on. So when people look at the Bible, they want to forget about Chinese history. Yeah, but but the Bible says, yeah, but what about the Chinese? Well, but they're Chinese. They don't know. We got the Bible. Okay, but your Bible is for your part of the earth. It does not include Southern Africa. It does not include the Americas. I'm sorry, but it does not apply, or to the native Australians. It doesn't apply. You know, but I'm sorry. The world of the Bible is kind of this spot around the Mediterranean. That's the world, according to the Bible. All right. Because if there were, there'd be more instances. The Chinese would know more about it. There would be more infill. There are Jewish traditions that go from Israel that would be to the east. So, but they still didn't make it to the Great Wall of China. Okay. Now you say, all right, so, but the Bible says. Now, for folks that live in different parts of the world, like China or Australia, and they go, but wait a minute, we're nowhere near, quote, the Holy Land. We're nowhere near this stuff. We're nowhere near where this stuff happened. But you want to include 4,000 miles away on the Pacific Ocean. I'm just guessing, but from Israel, if you went through China and all, it's a long way, right? So, but that the Bible somehow includes all of these areas, when all of these areas have never heard about it, don't know about it. It's only in the book that was written there, you see, for the area that it affected. And I mean this with respect, but the world, according to the Bible, is that which is outlined in the Bible. It does not include China, especially, the, I guess it would be the east coast of China, wouldn't it? Yeah, north, south, east, yep. But this idea that the world of the Bible is all inclusive to all of the world, in my humble opinion, does not apply. Does it apply to the Jews and the Palestinians and the folks over there? Absolutely. Does it apply to the people in Arkansas? No. Okay, it just don't. It's on the other side of the planet. It doesn't, But it's part of the world, yeah, but I'm sorry. It's not we're not in the Old Testament. So, but God said, let's leave that out. Let's leave what was known as, quote, the known world at that time. The known world was that continent. But people go, but God, no, leave God out of this, okay? What the people in those days knew was the world around the Mediterranean and places, further east in Istanbul and other places, they knew about them places. But their land, because it was so difficult to get there, their world was there. That which got flooded was there. That which got this was there. All God's wrath didn't necessarily happen to the Chinese. All of God's wrath didn't necessarily have anything to do with any of the Native Americans, or both and south. So anyway, but so there are a lot of my friends who read the Bible and have this discussion. I just look through the old Bibles and look at the pictures of where they say things are that it happened, and this land and that and this territory, and they went over here. Did the 12 tribes of Israel spread out? Probably. That's normally what happens. If you stay within a group too long, you get stagnated. And if they were under whatever threat from whatever Pharaoh or whatever, okay. But to the other side of that, so which God decided that, that they're the chosen ones? All the other people that existed on this planet at the same time, I'm just saying, none of them were going through the same kind of crisis. In listening to the history of things, there were large events and earthquakes and stuff and horrible storms and floods. Yes, they knew Mother Earth, could be a violent thing. But this idea that somehow because the America natives, South, North, and South, didn't write it down, or they didn't build huge castles or forts or whatever, that I consider myself of this, we were savages because we didn't use technology. No, they used common sense. They used their hearts. They lived with Mother Earth. They lived with the earth. They with the animals. They lived, so their whole philosophy was totally different than that of the European folks and even the Chinese. Now, there are some Chinese folks up in the mountains and stuff that they're like Native Americans, but they're Chinese because they live with the land and they live off of the land and they respect the land, and whatever their God is, whoever they're praying to, their heart is true, and they try to stay connected in their frequency with the earth. And so you can say, well, but they don't know Christ. No, but whoever they do know, whichever God they're praying to or however they're doing it, their heart is next to the earth. They understand their connection to the earth. Native folks, North and South, knew their connection with Mother Earth. And they saw no need in building even big ships or anything. They built canoes and stuff. They built things that were practical to them. A lot of folks are trying to go back to that. So for 3,500 years or more, as the Tlingit and other legends go back, 3,500 years, they lived with the earth. They didn't blow it up. Hey, Leon, how are you? Hey, from New Zealand, love right back to you. Absolutely. That's good to hear from you. I pray for you folks down under. I do, we got weird stuff going on up here too, but anyway, I'm praying for everybody. Hope you guys make it through whatever you're going through. But anyway, so with this Bible thing, so the story of the Tlingit is not the story of the Hopi. The story of the Hopi is not the story of the Cherokee. Okay. So I've got several books over there. One of them is called 500 Nations. I've, several books on Native American tribes and things. And plus, my many years of studying and traveling, being with folks and asking questions and sitting down and having the discussions, That's why with the thing about the Jewish thing, there may be some elders that are saying that, but I've not talked to any of them. And I've talked to quite a few people and we've had serious discussions. So I ain't saying that it ain't true, but I've just not heard it or seen it either in any kind of customs. So, but this idea, though, that because we didn't write anything down over here, we're the savages. Because we lived with Mother Earth. I mean, they didn't even have horses until the Spanish brought them over, okay? So life was tough. Think about it, without horses, The Spanish brought them over, and all of a sudden we had horses. Now, horses are everywhere and all this kind of stuff. So that's absolutely wonderful. But this idea somehow that the world of Israel, of stone and buildings, of pyramids, of Egypt, of Greece and temples and all of that is not what the Americas are. And the people who lived here, grew up here, if anything, was almost like an antithesis of what was going on the big continent. Okay. And what do I mean by that? Well, here are these people who are living with the earth as much as they possibly can. And the people over in Europe and over there, that China's building the Great Wall, they're doing all these things, their castles and all this, where in the Americas, none of that's going on. It was pristine until the Spanish got here. And, it's been downhill ever since. Damn the Spanish, damn the Portuguese, damn the English, damn the French. Okay, But it is what it is. And native prophecies foretold of the men in these ships would come and and change things. So they knew it was going to happen, even in the northwestern tribes of America. They had stories of people coming from the east, and it's a long way from the Pacific to the Atlantic. I've driven across there, and it's a long way, let me tell you. So, but the idea that the native elders in different tribes in the West knew what was going to happen far off to the oceans that they'd never seen in the East. So, but the native folk decided that their primary goal was to live with Mother Nature. It's just that it's there. Were there some bad guys? Did they have some wars? Did they argue with the white people? Yeah, because the white people wanted to dig and build. One of the first native people to spot the ships to come ashore. Yeah, absolutely. They thought they were flying because they didn't see the boat. All they saw were the sails. That was what was so interesting. It wasn't the ships. It was these giant, big white sails that freaked them out. But anyway, yeah, think about that one, It's 2:11. So I'm going to keep this video at an hour and have another bowl at the 20-minute mark. But this idea, though, so is the Bible wrong? No, the Bible is correct for the area of the world that it's talking about. Well, but the Bible says, yeah, but you gotta look at what was going on. So to me, a lot of people don't take into consideration what folks were looking at 2,000 years ago. What did the world look like to someone in the Mediterranean? It did not look the same as crossing the ocean, in 1642 or whatever, with the pilgrims and all them. I don't know at what year, but you know what I mean. So this idea that somehow we're included in the Bible because those with the Bible tell us we are. And I got to just say, let's just stop and be practical about this. The Bible is correct in the history of that area, but it does not include the rest of the world. It does not include, the northern climates. It does not include Southern Africa. It does not include any of the Americas. And we just have to stop and take that into consideration. But people want to get bent out of shape. And I say, I'm sorry, I love you, but the world was different back then. It did not include us. When the Catholic priests came over from Europe, they claimed the Americas for the church and for the Pope. And then it became part of the world. But until that point, it was still, it was its own entity. Until the church claimed it, and they officially did. There's history and stories about that. So, but this idea that let's just stop and pay attention for a second. The world was different, and the world as they knew it is what is being talked about in the Bible. It does not include us. Alan Watts. The name sounds familiar. Who's Alan Watts, Leon? Is it almost 20? 14. I'm okay, so I'm early. But so anyway, absolutely. Yeah, come on, Leon, let's smoke one. This is called Ebola or something. I was like, what? Boy, it's got a kick to it. But I love all peoples and their faith and so forth, but they get stuck on certain things. Well, guess it meant this. Slow down, Bubba. Take God out of the equation. But God said the world and the globe, slow down. Just look at the Bible and what they claim the world is at the time. Just look at their information. It does not include us. That's all. We were here, the native folks, but see, this building and the Greeks and gods and statues, native folks just didn't do that. Most native folks still don't do that, right? So, but this idea that somehow native folks are in North and South, right, are included in the rest of the world and how they think, look, feel, and all that kind of stuff. Until casinos came along, Indians didn't build anything bigger than a lodge or, a big meeting hall or something like that, But, as far as homes and houses and, all that kind of grand stuff, no. White man brought that to the native folk. So, but in this new age of things, people want to talk about the elders. They want to talk about, how this and that. But then again, they want to, well, here's the Bible. Well, here's this. And I heard that. And it's like, okay, all right. If you want to believe that, go ahead. But if you want to have an honest, we have to think about this, honest discussion as to what the world was at the time of the Bible. It did not include us. But, hey, Brandy, they probably thought they were bringing gifts. How could they imagine it would be a death and disease? Well, thank you, Leon. And, but I have thought about this for many years, being raised Catholic and all, and going through the Bible and everything. But, here recently, I've had some discussions with dear friends of mine. And I love myself, I'm not telling you don't read the Bible or whatever, but you got to stop and think about this. But it meant, no, it didn't mean us. But the begotten and the this and Adam and Eve was over there. Whatever Adam and Eve was did not include us over here. Oh, yes, it did, because that was the beginning of the world and all this and all the thingies. And okay. And God had everything to do with the Americas. Okay. Then why did the Pope claim it and the priest and everything, the Catholic Church claim it when they sent Vasco da Gama or whoever it was over here and he planted the staff and said, okay, this is for Spain, right? That's why Mexicans talk in Spanish. Okay. Duh. In Portuguese. But anyway, hey, Brandy. Yeah, and how could they imagine that they would bring, disease and all that kind of stuff? It's amazing. And then, for the English and whoever came over, they took a sacred herb, okay, tobacco, a sacred herb, 2 minutes, and took a plant and took seeds and this and that and grew it. And turned a sacred herb into a, an everyday. I smoke cigarettes. Was ready to light one up. But and they took a sacred herb of the native peoples. I mean, all the way across the cultures. Now there were places over out west that didn't get tobacco, but that somehow they knew about it. Okay. But sweetgrass and sages and other things were burned. But in the pipes that they smoked, somehow they got tobacco. They traded it, okay? So they knew it was a sacred herb. So then what do the white people do? They take a sacred herb and turn it into, they disrespect what was, Anyway, you get my point. So, but this idea that somehow, so me and my journey as a shaman, I have to go back to those things. And I grew up with the Bible. I went to church, 2 or 3 times a week. I was an altar boy. I was very seriously considering going into the priesthood. And I was in love with the Bible. I love Mother Mary and the messages that she has given me over the years. I do love the Christ. I know about it. I feel it in my heart. I am a warrior for Christ. I do not regret ever saying that. But this idea that somehow I got to follow the Bible, which was not intended for me here in this country. Now, if I lived over there and I lived in that history area, I could see where it would mean a lot. Now, it doesn't mean that I'm going to be less of a Christ person, right? No, because Native Americans were generous and humble to each other. Elders were respected because of their wisdom and the things. And so this idea that, all Native Americans were savages, that all this was this. And yeah, shaman, altar boy, thinking about God. I've been thinking about this for a long time. It's 421. Oh, I'm sorry, 221. It's 420 somewhere. So for people who say, well, Hawkeye, I don't know if I agree with you on that. Okay, it's okay. But of all the things that I've tried to make sense of with the different religions and understanding, what does God mean to you and all this kind of stuff? Well, the creator to Native folks, North and South, when I'm speaking about the Native folks, I mean of the Americas, and also in some of the island folks and things like that, because they were native to those places and were influenced by the great continent. You know what I mean? They sailed between the islands. Now, there is a lot to Kontiki, if you know about Thor Heyerdahl, who built the big balsa wood, raft, and they floated from South America off the coast of Peru or somewhere along there, and floated across to the islands. That was just fantastic. So the fact that they could have done that, that's possible. But, getting back, however, different stories. So that could they have left and populated and moved some things? Absolutely. Would they have shared culture? Obviously. But now if somebody from the coast got to the islands and the islanders were all cannibals, then that's where the story ended, in a stew, right? Stew on you, stew, 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 stew. That's a bad joke. But so this idea of who is God, well, regardless of where you go, it's a spirit. It's up out there somewhere, right? Up in the sky, up in the heavens. They don't talk about the spirit being down in the earth. When folks talk about, evil or whatever, they all have a tendency to look down. Interesting. They don't look up to the sky. Well, they go, well, there's evil out there. No, they look down like, well, whatever evil they seem to think, which is, we talked about Hollow Earth about an hour ago. We seem to think somehow that, evil is below us, that it's the ground, well, for folks who might live around volcanoes and stuff, I could see where the fiery god blowing up from the inside would make a whole lot of sense, that's evil, wicked, mean, bad, and nasty. It's belching out of the ground. Hey, Brandy, weren't you in here earlier? Did I get stoned? But anyway, so I mean the most respect for anyone that's reading the Bible or anything like that. But please, you have to just use your own common sense and say, okay, these folks wrote this before Christ 2,000 years ago. What did the world look like to them? Period. How big was it? What was the scope of their reality? Please don't include 5,000 miles or whatever it is across the Atlantic to include us, okay? They didn't know about us. It's obvious, is my point. So, here are the Jews that are worshiping whatever they were doing. And one of the things I want to point this out about what Jesus did in the temple when he knocked everything down, the money changers. What people don't understand, they forget about this, okay? The money changers, the money changers in the temple. Who were the money changers? What were they doing? Who were these people? Okay. Well, what? Well, they were selling, quote, things to folks who came to worship there. So if a family came and they were supposed to worship a goat, but they had traveled 50 miles and didn't bring a goat with them, then they bought a goat from one of the money changers. Or if it was a small sacrifice, then they got a bird or a this or a that, okay? So that they bought sacrifices that were still alive, mind you, from the money changers at the temple. So it was big business to sell stuff that the people who came to worship, okay, this arcane god where you had to kill stuff to worship it. Come on, seriously. So you got to kill it in order for it to make any sense, right? You can't just say, well, the goat gave me some milk. Here's a gallon of milk. Where other peoples across the rest of the planet, okay, make offerings of milk and vegetables and stuff. They don't kill the goat or the cow. You know what I mean? They don't. In some instances, big holidays, they will sacrifice something. But here's the thing. They sacrifice the goat or the cow or whatever, but the village eats what they sacrifice. So they kill it. Here we go. This is for you. Thank you very much. Now let's skin it, gut it, and barbecue it, and have and everybody eat. So that's kind of thrown out of the picture too. So, but when people talk about this, the money changers, well, who were they, and why did Jesus throw them out? His point, which everybody seems to miss, is that you didn't need to sacrifice stuff, okay? You didn't need to come in and kill goats and stuff. It was about the money changers. But people forget it was about the animals that they were killing and making money off of it. Whoa, oh, you and your family, you've created, you've committed sins. You want to make a sacrifice to Jehovah or whatever. Okay, okay, it's $10 for this goat, Well, the market, there's so many travelers coming in, but a goat's only worth 3 shekels. Yeah, but it's $10 for if you want one here at the temple, And, we have a long history of selling goats here at the temple, by the way. We've got a long history. There's a previous customer right over there, hi, hi, Ish Bob, how you doing over there? How was that goat we sold you? Did it sacrifice? Well, good for you. That's what was going on. Okay. So the money changers, you'd pay 3 shekels. But anyway, it's not you either worship God or the devil. But here's the thing, Native American folks, there were those folks who would do the occasional sacrifice. There were some of them Mayans who, but they were influenced by some races that, like to drink blood. But not everything Mayan was evil and bloodthirsty, and Aztecs cutting the hearts out. And the Mayans and the Aztecs have a long history of not liking each other, okay? The Mayans were a lot more simpler and in some ways more spiritual. But the Aztec were a little bit more warrior than they were spiritual, and the Mayans weren't so much a warrior as they were spiritual. But anyway, from the Aztecs and Mayans that I've met, okay, and having had conversations. So my best friend, he was married to a Mayan witch, actually. She could tell, oh my God, she was so good. But anyway, so with this, the stories of stuff, there was a time when Quetzalcoatl and all this was really big, and, the temple's down there, and all of a sudden, at some point, and everybody has scratched their head and went, why? the Mayan just quit doing it. And they say, well, what happened to all these people? They went home. Well, what do you mean they went home? Well, they were brought to these temples and stuff to service whatever was going on there. But whatever was going on there, if they went home, because Mexico still got a lot of UFO activity going on down there and around Mexico City. I mean, coming in and out of volcanoes and stuff. So listen, if they can get close to the sun, they can go in a volcano. I'm just saying. But this idea, though, that we're leaving that equation out too. Now, are they the gods? Well, there are those who say they are of the gods. Think about that. So our alien folks, whoever they are, depending on where you live, if it's somebody that's been in the Andes in South America for a long time, then they look like this. If they're up here and they're Hopi, then they might look like that. If you're over in Africa, then they might be. There may not be the same folk who are visiting these tribes. It's a big planet, right? So somebody's landed and say, there's something in the area that we need. And, we meet you all and hi, how you doing? Star Trek kind of thing. Get out and walk around, introduce yourself and say, well, we might come back and visit you someday. See ya. And, but wait a minute, that can't be true. Yeah, but here's the thing. When you look at the evidence, that's what is true. We are descendant from the stars. We are star children, however you want to look at it. And when this body dies, we will return to that spark, which is still, the spark is in me, so that I'm still connected to the universe. So I've never lost the connection as long as I'm still breathing right here. But when this body quits breathing and I pass on, my spark, my energy, my soul, my spirit will still maintain in the universe. My essence is still going to be part of the universe. And, I was reminded the other day, my picture of my pops over here, and I talked about this, I think, but it's still a good reminder for me, at least. And I was telling my friend the other day, I said, listen, I just want to tell you this, for whatever it means, I'll be 69 in a couple of weeks. And, it's kind of scary in a way, but at the same time, it's like he goes, yeah, but look how many people have not made it to your age and you're still kicking around. Yeah, well, I don't kick around as much as I would like to. Yes, Brandy, genetics, absolutely. I mean, we as human beings on this planet are the only species that has a twisted pair in our genome structure thingy. Everybody else is a straight. We're the only ones. And people say, well, we haven't been tinkered with. Look at what? You look at ours, then look at everything else on the planet and go, wait a minute. But okay, natural or unnatural, whatever, somebody's tinkered with us as a human species, period. Okay. Whatever they did, however they did it, and it was through a type of genetics. There are certain, black folks there are certain, depending, are more prone to like heart disease or certain things. There's I can't remember, maybe it's a blood disease with the black population. I can't remember. But anyway, but it's, white folks don't ever get it, or very rarely. Any animals with you now, brother? Yeah, Duggar's up there on the couch. And I don't think you were here earlier, Leon. I woke up 9 o'clock this morning, my time. It would have been 10 o'clock Eastern Daylight. But anyway, I look out my picture windows here, out across the yard towards the fence, and there is this big, beautiful deer just standing there like somebody had taken a picture out of a postcard. It was that awesome. And Duggar barked once, and I looked down to go shh, and I mean just a fleeting glance to find out where his nose was, and the deer was gone. but I mean, just, 50 yards from the house, maybe, a couple of 100 feet, maybe 200 feet, maybe. But anyway, uh, been some other critters around too. Um, but in the house at the moment, there was some frogs in here earlier. They feed off the whatever bugs and stuff they can. And of course, there's always spiders around me. So the answer, yeah, there are animals around. But to a large part of this, so the way I live, yeah, I understand I need to clean up my act, and I'm living a little too close to almost being outside. Um, but I have also stated that I could really use some help too. But anyway, so that's not my excuse. I'm just saying. But now that the weather's cooled off, I mean, last night and tonight, oh my God, the weather this morning, it was beautiful outside. And, and I was in my shorts and I was like, I'm ready to go run naked. If the grass wasn't so tall, I was afraid I'd trip. I wanted to go out and just strip naked in the middle of the night now and just feel the fresh air and be able. It was the first time in a long time I've seen the stars because it's been cloudy since June, and so feeling my birthday suit with my birthday coming up, I was like, let me run naked through the yard, middle of the night. Yeah, that's what I need, just for the hell of it. Of course, wearing a pair of shorts, it is pretty much naked. So I didn't strip down, but I did kind of run around outside. So yes, the most loving vibe. It's been crazy what's going on. Thank you, Leon. So for me, in this search for the shamanism, the search for, if I were still Catholic or if I was full into a Buddhism, I would be a monk, okay, versus a shaman. And I chose the shaman, in training as my moniker, as I'm not a priest. I'm not here to sell anything. I'm here to have the discussion. And what you get out of it is up to you, And so we can at least have the discussion or say, well, Hawkeye, he's a crazy old bugger, but he does have a point. Let me think about it. You don't have to agree with me, but just stop to think. And that's what's important, because it's not what I think. Yes, that's true. But it's by observing the facts. That's what's so obvious. And so for people to like, but the this and the that. And I was like, look at their maps from their time. Israel did not exist. Israel was a state of mind. Okay. And so they really taken it out of context, and they pushed the Palestinians into a war and all of this depravement and stuff. And it's like, if they were true children of God, they wouldn't be treating folks this way. My God would not allow that. You hear me? My creator would go, shame on you for doing this to the Palestinians, who have more right to it than you do. Sorry. Simply because the United Nations after World War II said, Israel, you all move over there. And the Palestinians were like, what the fuck? Excuse my language, but seriously, what the muck, right? Wait, this is Palestine. It's been Palestine. No, we're giving it to the Jews because they need Israel. Oh, Israel, oh, Israel. So it's all because some entity claimed that they had this right. You see what I'm saying? So, but nobody gives a shit about the Palestinians. Nobody gives a shit about anybody else in the region. It's all about the Israelis and their control of the Holy Land. But they're Jews. Okay. And Christ stepped out of being a Jew and became something else. And of that, quote, Christianity was born. So the Old Testament's Jewish stuff. Christ got here, did his thing, moved on, and he's been back since too, by the way. But so now there is this movement, right, that becomes a church. And trust me, Christ would not have said, build all this shit that don't mean nothing. Let's feed the people. Where did he go? He didn't go to the temple to preach. He went out in the countryside. He went out and stood on a hill. He went out and got down in the valley, and the people sat around him, and he spoke to them. Okay? Down by the Sea of Galilee, he went and gathered folks. He went to their villages. He spoke to them on their level. So did he say, oh, let's go and let's build a big hut and everybody get around? No. So everybody has mistaken, quote, this idea of Jesus and have turned it to their own machinations. So when I tell people about this, I say, listen, go back to the basics of what's there. Everything that was written down has become, quote, a religion. Whether it's the Russian Orthodox, which a lot of folks, since I've said it years ago, agree with me, that it is the oldest true religion. It doesn't mean it's right. It's the oldest one, because the Roman Catholics split off and went to Rome, where Istanbul, Constantinople in there, that was the Holy Land. That was where, the Pope was, not Italy, not Rome. It was the Romans, through fighting and all that stuff, that, quote, the Roman Catholics were born, in that they started doing Roman things with the religion, okay? There's all these sacraments and all these sacrifices, and you have to do all that. Holy shit. It's like, what? For those of you who were Catholic when I was growing up, it was, it was a sin to eat meat on Sundays. I'm sorry, on Fridays. It could have been a Saturday. It could have been a Sunday. But so you could eat fish, but no chicken. If you had to, they had rules. Like if you had to slip chicken, but fish was okay on Friday because it represented Good Friday, right? So all good Catholics are going to not eat any kind of red meat or pork or anything like that, on Fridays in honor of this. So later on, it got inconvenient, right? And then all of a sudden, the Pope came out and he did a little sign of the cross to everybody and he would say, everybody's absolved. We're not going to eat meat on Friday anymore. And, it's not a sin. I fed a deer off the porch last week. Did you hear me talk about the deer I saw out in the yard this morning? He's been there a couple of times. It's just really cool that they're coming into the yard. I saw black and white and yellow stripe. I've never seen one. They're from Wales. I-420, and Benju, tell us about your... I'm here for you to see what you think. Are you talking about me, Leon? I get lost. I don't know if you're talking about somebody else in the chat or if you're talking about me. But anyway, so the more I tried to complicate my lifestyle, for me now, I found out that it was going against the grain. If somebody offered me a big house on a hill somewhere with all this fancy stuff, and I just couldn't do it. I got frogs that come through the house. There have been snakes several times in the house. Big snakes, not rattlesnakes or anything, poisonous, but big snakes. I think 6-7 foot long. And then a little one over here, about 2 months ago, just laying on the floor there. I was like, what the hell? So, in one of the things for me, and when I was growing up in the Catholic Church, the real St. Francis, not this fake guy that calls himself the Pope, he's the mayor of Rome and of the Vatican at the moment, but because the other guy's still alive, by the way. But anyway, so the Catholic Church says because of this division in the church, this is the last Pope for the Catholic Church. Doesn't mean the church is dead, but the Catholic Church may be dead because he's the last Pope. So there's a lot of stuff going on that are fulfilling prophecies from hundreds of years ago. You got to scratch your head and go, So are some of the prophecies in the Old Testament, like, could they be true or not, or yes or no? For example, the many times that I've read through Revelations, And, and one of the things that keeps popping up in my head when I read through it, and it's in the last couple of chapters, when, the angel comes down and visits him, and he bows down and starts to worship him. And the angel says, "No, get up, my brother, for you are as I am," meaning an angel being, a spirit being. "You, my brother, are as I am." He says it both times when it comes in the last chapter in Revelation. So people just forget that. They just skip over everything else. But Jesus meant this, and he said that, and all of this and all of that. Let's look at some really simple words like the angels who came have said, "You are as I am." So that means at some point I'm at least their equal. I just don't know it. I don't understand it. But is religion going to teach me how to be that way? When the religion has become greedy, when religion is about money and power, and within the church with all these, like for me, he was a Jesuit priest teaching at Tampa Catholic. And he was a really mean, nasty SOB. And after I left Tampa Catholic, he still pursued me through my grandparents, who were members of his church, members of the church that was his parish at the time. And later on, several years later, he was busted on Kennedy Avenue in Tampa for soliciting a male prostitute. So that's how freaky this priest was at Tampa Catholic. But they made this guy a Monsignor. So once you become a Monsignor, you're sort of like bucking for bishop, okay? And it's like, what? So here's this guy that really likes to beat up little boys and be, power hungry and that kind of thing. And I'm gonna pork you in the butt, okay? Let me give you the rod, the steaming hot rod, as they like to call it, to teach you a lesson in life. Just think about what I just said, okay? And what I know in my own experiences that were not very nice. So here are these spiritual leaders who are pedophiles and porking boys, and at times I understand girls, but just whatever it was that tickled their fancy, or what fancy they wanted tickled. But so they stood behind the Bible, and they've used the Bible, and they've used the word of God in their own twisted and perverted way. So from my point of view, having been this spiritual person ever since I became an altar boy, ever since I was, quote, consecrated within the church with my first Holy Communion and my first vision of Mother Mary, and how that just like, what the hell is this about? And then having had that continuance, again, having nothing to do with the Catholic Church, but having to do with my, this Mother Mary, this mother instinct. And she came through for me in the Catholic way of Mother Mary. Okay, so I've had this debate before, and there are people, Mother Mary, she means this. Listen, hey, organic, what you doing? But this idea, she is the mother figure for me. It may be the goddess, but not so much the goddess per se, but a mother elder, I mean, seriously, right? So in that there's power, and all women who will be true women and quit messing around. There's just some women are trying to prove something, and I don't have a clue what they're trying to prove. Maybe they don't either, but just okie dokie. I love you. Have fun with yourself, but don't try to force it on the rest of the population. Just saying. And that goes for men too. Don't force your, well, I can do this because I am. Okay, fine. Doesn't mean you should. Okay. And it's getting to the point where people are just doing it because, well, I can. It doesn't mean that you should. Anyway, so for Christians, and it seems in having, talking about the Jewish Bible and the connections with the Old Testament and so forth, the thunder gods and lightning and stuff and things. And, native folks in their hearts, if they knew they'd done something wrong and a thunderstorm came up, did God punish them? Was that actually, well, you could kind of say that maybe if you were that close to Mother Nature, that your karma, if you've done something bad, then you're kind of paying for it with your karma through what Mother Nature turns out. Now, I got to admit, having, been Mother Nature and all these things and close and all that kind of stuff, that it's kind of hard when you're going through something and Mother Nature throws something at you and you go, well, this ain't this a coinky dink? So is this a message from the Creator? Is this a message from the universe? A tree limb landed on my head a couple of years ago and knocked me the hell out. Hey, Pearl, how are you? I was talking about you a day or so ago about something. I can't remember. It was good. Anyway, hope you're doing well. Shake the cobwebs out. I'm got a bowl here that I, put some Ebola something in it. And holy crap, it's, ooh wee, I like this. But anyway, that was at the 20 mark. But this idea, though, that for me and for those of us who live in the country, okay, Brandy, you fed a deer off the porch. See, for folks who we know what that feels like, we have a certain connection where other folks just don't get it. And it might, and I mean this with respect, but there are times when animals won't come to you. Maybe you're a city slicker. Maybe it's literally your perfume, men and women. Maybe it's the dryer sheets or whatever, this Febreze, everything. Can I take a moment of your time and have a slight discussion about Febreze and about air fresheners and things that stay plugged in that give you a smell for months at a time, but when it runs out and you walk in your home and it doesn't have that clean smell? Now, it smells like, I can smell it when I go into somebody's place. My friend Marcia, who passed away this last February, she, used Febreze and the dryer sheets and everything, and I could smell her from 10 feet away, the odor that it gave off, And so it's like, you want your house to always smell like that. Buy some incense, light some sage, but to plug something in. So I'm seriously wondering where people are going, my Febreze is, spray, 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 spray. If I don't smell this, it's not fresh. If I don't have this nearby, if I don't have this tingly sensation in my nose, I've been around too many chemicals in my lifetime, working in machinery and all this kind of stuff, right? So I'm very susceptible to chemical smells. I mean, I can go outside and know when they're spraying in the neighborhood kind of thing, which is going to be soon. Cotton season is upon us. So, but this idea, though, that the human brain and the commercials are such, don't let it run out. Now we've got one, I don't know how much it costs or what, it's refillable, and it will tell you, you plug it into the wall, and it will tell you when you need to replace it. So they're showing, here's an interesting thing, Delaney. Oh, I know what I was going to ask earlier. You weren't here. What is the disease that is for black folk that white folk don't get? There's some, is it in blood or something? I can't remember what it is. Could you please fill me and the rest of us in? I was talking about the differences in races and peoples and stuff, and that there are differences. But anyway, not in a bad way. It's just that, some folks are, hey, elderberry, C-130s poison me with fumes. Oh, building, airplane, you mean building, right? Sickle cell, thank you. It is in the blood, right? Yeah, thank you, Delaney. It's a horrible thing. So, and I pray for all them folk, but you know, white folks don't get it. But anyway, so but with this Febreze and stuff that's going around, and everything's got to smell like this, and it's you know, and I'm going, okay. I was in the kitchen yesterday, and I was like, something smells in here. Well, I had cooked something. A dog food can from 2 days ago was in my garbage, and I was like, ooh, that's part of it. Out of the house and up to the top of the driveway it went. So I'm like, you know, I empty the garbage every other day at least. And so, but some of them dog food cans, after 2 days of just you know, not going to the top of the hill, had give off an odor. And I was smelling. I was like, I'm gonna have to light some sage or some incense over here, right? So, I understand that there are odors that can get in your house, the dog, the thing, the whatever. Okay, not a problem. But to where you have to have it, and you know, my dear friend Marcia, hey, sickle cell anemia. Thank you, Organic. You put it in there before she did. Blood cell mutation. My dude, Albert Prodigy, at age 42 from it. That's a shame, honest. You know, on the 24th of this month, now that we're in September, will be my 69th birthday. And in talking with my friend the other day, he looked at me and he goes, Hawkeye, he said, you're going to be 69. And I went, yeah, kind of scary, ain't it? And he goes, no, but you're walking around. He goes, I know you don't get as much done as you'd like to, blah, 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 but you're still living. You're still kicking. You still want to go to the river. You still, you know, versus being a mindless idiot, you know, and, you know, in a nursing home somewhere, which is true. So it's like, yeah, celebrate being awake, celebrate whatever I can do that I'm still here, you know? So, but anyway, that an understanding about living with nature. So I got a crack up underneath my back door over here, and so frogs come in, and so do the snakes sometimes. And you say, well, listen, you know, you're letting critters from the outside come in. Yeah, well, the frogs keep the bugs down. Well, don't bugs come in? Yeah, and the frogs eat them. You're wise. We need more. Thank you, Organic. Honestly, I'm humbled to be here to have conversations, but you know, I want folks to look at things. You know, there are practical things in the universe that folks just ignore, but it's there. You know, it's like, what does the Bible talk about the world and so forth? Think about what they knew as the world, not folks on the other side of the planet they didn't have a clue on. You know, we just have to, we gotta be honest about this and not let, quote, this God talk to us and convince us it means this when it really doesn't, you know. Oh, but, you know, you're against the Bible. You're next to me. Oh, please stop, you know. Uh, I'm not trying to be like that at all. Because I have differences of opinion about the Bible, people therefore assume that I don't really believe in Jesus or Christ or whatever. And that's just not wrong, because he lived and died and showed us something while he was here. And it's been men and a few women, but mostly men who have perverted the story and created religions. The Catholic Church is all about sacrifices. It's all about bowing your head and the thing and the blah, 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 and it's all about the sacrifice, okay? You have to suffer in order to get to heaven. You have to suffer, you know, you have to, you know, get sackcloth and coal and, you know, and you know, self-flagellation and, oh my God, really? So, but I used to believe that, you see. But here's the thing: is like when I thought about what Creator in the universe would like for me, is to just be humble, and in that there can be suffering, but not to take a belt or a thing or you know and whip myself to try to be holy in the eyes of God. That I must sacrifice and punish myself. Well, okay, hang on now. if Jesus died for our sins. Now, this goes for the Catholic Church. So if Jesus died for our sins, then I'm already saved. But the Catholic Church says, no, but you got to have you got an original sin. Wait a minute. So you're preaching Jesus saved us, but we still have an original sin. Then he didn't really save us, did he? So what the fuck you preaching? Excuse my French, my language. But seriously, what are you teaching me? So it's the contrary thing of what Jesus preached or said, at least what they say he said, right? Which is okay with me, what the parts in the Bible that are what supposedly he said, or the sermon or whatever, and the rest is, okay. I'm good with it, The rest of it, nah, pooey. Because I want to look at what Jesus was teaching us. Peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters, when we greet, when we meet. If we don't shake hands or bump fists, I can say this: peace be unto you, my brothers and sisters. So that's what Jesus was all about, peace. Where'd he get it? From Buddha, right? As Sister Helene told me. But here's the thing. So they took this Jewish guy, hung him on a cross because he wasn't a Jew, and then they made a religion out of him down on the cross. Suffering. So the whole thing was about suffering. Jesus died for us. He suffered for us. Yeah, but can we get over that? Can we talk about what he did, what he wanted to preach, what he really was all about? He was all about brotherhood. He was all about sharing. He was all about trying to explain to people that there are miracles in life. And that if you believe that you can have these things too, and that you can be one and sit at the right hand of God with me when I go to heaven. Well, what the hell does all of that mean? Well, it ain't Jewish. Where was the dead animals? Where was the sacrifice? Where was the money changers? Now, this goes back to over an hour ago that I was talking about what was Jesus doing in the temple with the money changers. The money changers were selling animals to be sacrificed for the Jewish thingies, right? So instead of killing their kids, they would buy a goat and kill that kid, right? Think about that. So, Jesus was not about, it wasn't just about the money changers. It was about the animals and the slaughter and the sacrifice of things in order to worship this God. And he was going, nah, sorry, that's not what needs to happen. But so the Catholic Church, or the Russian, however you want to look at it, because they're very similar, it is about the sacrifice. It is about the sacraments. So you have the sacrament of Holy Communion. You have the sacrament of, this and this sacrament. I mean, you got a sacrament for dying, right? Hey, David, it's time to take Jesus off the cross. Thank you so much, Delaney. Delaney, we go back several years now, and I've talked about this before, not in all the time, but I have said those exact words. And I had a vision one day, the Mother Mary, and this is years ago, and she said, we've got to tell these people to take Jesus off the cross. We got to take him down. Yes, he died. Yes, but he rose 3 days later and then ascended it, said bye, y'all, and went off into heaven. Spaceship, anyone? Which doesn't mean that the story's any less. It means that he had higher connections. You hear what I'm saying? So however you want to look at that. But this idea, though, that the land of the Bible, the world of the Bible, and that everything that the Bible stands for includes the whole planet. And it just doesn't. It doesn't fit. It fits for them people. It fits for the Jews. It fits for the 12 tribes. That doesn't mean shit to the 500 nations here in North America. Okay. Period. Sorry. Oh, but they did this. Yeah. You want to, you want to make a religion out of this, and you want to pump yourself up. And then for the Catholics, it's like, you can't be too good, because if you get to be too good, then you have to do some suffering along the way. And seriously, whip yourself, pain yourself, walk on nails or whatever, don't eat meat on Friday. Whoops, sorry, it's not a sin anymore. What? Well, because it's a church rule, but God inspired it. Hang on. So God came down, talked to whoever it was that made the rules and said, I declare that, all Catholics shall not eat meat, red meat, or whatever, they can only eat fish on Fridays. Now, for me, I would seem to think that that means that, the church is supporting, get this, fishermen of men, fisher of men, fishermen, and that. So the Catholic Church has a direct influence and connection to the fishing industry. Because if everybody ate fish on Fridays, instead of just eating meat and everything, then that keeps the fishermen busy, right? That means that there will always be a reason to sell the catch. Well, there's Catholics. Well, there's 20 families up there and they need X amount of fish. So I'm a fisherman. So during the week, I'm going to catch enough fish so I can sell to them Catholics up on a hill. Really? I mean, you say, well, that's far fetched, but the church made it up. The church made it up. Jesus didn't say, give up eating meat on Friday, y'all. They didn't even know which day was Friday, more or less back then. You see what I'm saying? But wait, what red meat? I've been eating chicken here. We got some ducks and some eggs, but, mostly it's to see a guy. I'm eating fish anyway. Why don't you tell me to not eat fish on Friday and to go eat some red meat? It would be the opposite, right? Because you see a guy, oh, fisherman, I'm tired of fish. But that's not what it is, So it was a bunch of folks that wrote this stuff together. And I got to remind folks, go back to who wrote. Jesus didn't write the Bible. The apostles didn't really write the Bible. There were stories and legends and parables told that were repeated. And that's what got wrote down. Like the Native Americans told stories, but they weren't written down. They kept telling the stories. So because Native traditions are still oral, then because it doesn't meet the criteria of Western world and the white man, whoever. I mean, the folks in Africa, the folks that are deeply, with tribal instincts, they get it, Now, here was something, it was a couple of years ago I saw this, and it was some kind of, not necessarily an expose of Africa, but it was about this African tribe that had decided whatever thing had been conflict over the many centuries and, long time between tribes in the area and so forth. And that they had agreed that they were all going to get together and do the old tribal dances. They were going to dress with tribal thises and that's. And so here's all these people with cell phones and taking videos of all the other tribal members who are running around in, topless or, bottomless in some cases. And, and it's like, nobody feeling bad. Ooh, they're naked and she's got a big top, little top, no top, whatever. Hundreds of people from the different tribes come together for this thing. And I was like, but they all got cell phones and they're all videotaping each other and showing what's going on. And there were people out there in the rest of the world going, oh, people are running around out there naked. They were, because they painted themselves and, it was tribal tradition toward, ancient tribal garb. So it meant no top. It meant whatever it was. It didn't mean white man stuff, right? And folks just could not get it. And I watched that video and I was like, thumbs up, I like this video. My comment is, thank God people aren't restricted, but what, the society of what white man says. All these people got together, young, old, fat, skinny, didn't matter. Good looking, bad looking, didn't matter. They were there. They got together. The women had their ceremonies. They dressed. The men had their ceremonies. And then there was the man-woman ceremony, into this. It was all very well done. And but it was tribal, it was ancient, and but at the same time they live in this world, but they were given tradition, and I was like, I was so glad, that people say, oh, look at them, them black, blah 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 down in Africa running around naked, and I was like, good on them. Nobody felt, uh, um, eh, ill at ease or whatever. You could tell everybody was just comfortable. Oh, but they're naked. Well, mostly, but not all. But yeah, okay. So the women were topless. So it's okay for men to run around with no shirt on, but women can't. I've always thought that was a stupid rule. But anyway, little girls up to a point, when I was growing up, it's okay. You could see because they didn't have many movies. But then as you got older, well, now she's a girl. Well, wait a minute. How, we used to play in the tub together. Now we don't. But anyway, just saying. Um, so the separation of sexes and the this and the that and blah. So, but the idea that it was totally a natural occurrence to them, and the rest of the world thought that, oh, look at her out there, just out there flopping their titties around, and they're just, oh, isn't that so gross and everything? And they were just having a ball. The freedom and the tribal spirit and stuff. And I mean, I was just like, good on them. I'm seriously good on them. So here's the thing. In this discussion of the Bible world and its dimensions, the God of Abraham would have frowned seriously upon that kind of stuff. Okay. So, but those tribes and not just in the Americas, there were, at certain times of the year, women didn't wear tops or what. It was just depended, right? Because they weren't made to be ashamed of their bodies. They covered them because they would get sunburn and bugs and whatever, and it was convenient. But it wasn't until other folks came around that they really worried about how they looked. Okay. Well, I got a deer skin in my hide and this and that. I've got some feathers and a couple of rocks, maybe a seashell or two. See what I've collected, right? But as far as, and feathers. So it wasn't about how much of anything that you had, but how well you wore it and how you respected it, how you honored it. Like in native dancers, and for folks who have, um, dancers, their dresses, are sacred to them. They don't just throw them around or whatever. They get treated and smudged and blessed. And when they're being worked on, you have to have clear. You can't. For example, I was talking with one lady. She goes, I really need to fix this, but I can't right now. And I said, is something wrong? She goes, no, I'm pissed off at somebody right now. And if I fix this, I'm afraid I'll put some of that energy into the dress, and I can't do that. And I was like, now that's being aware. I'm mad right now, and if I do this, and I might put bad energy into this dress. What? Now, how many people honestly stop and so in 10 minutes she was okay, but at the moment she was mad about something, and we were talking about it and something. It's okay to be a nudist, but not a perv. Exactly. Yeah, nakedness is just, it just is what it is. And I've been to nudist places down in around North Tampa, Lutz, I can't remember, the Lake Como area, Land O'Lakes area. There were several back in the day in the early 70s that were up there, some nudist camps. And people were playing volleyball and doing stuff. And I quite literally found it a little uncomfortable playing volleyball with at least, a pair of, skimpy shorts, at least to hold your stuff from dangling and flopping. And I'm sorry, but it makes sense. I mean, some of them native guys out in the jungle, they wear these little triangular things, with like a little G string kind of thing. But it's because running and dangling and flopping is just uncomfortable. Okay, sorry. I knew a lady. She said, but she goes, running around without a bra. She goes, it might be freeing. She goes, but mine flops so much, it's very uncomfortable. I'd rather wear something that'll hold them down when I'm running. And I was like, well, that makes sense, but I don't have boobs, but I do have a pair of somethings, and running without clothes on and whatever, and them slinging around and flopping and what it's, I can see where it's practical, not necessarily cover yourself up from shame, which is the reason why all the Christians, everybody, it's all about shame. You must cover yourself because you're shameful if you show yourself. Back in the old days, if ladies showed their ankles, they're back in the turn of the century in the 1800s. There was, I think it was Mark Twain who even remarked about, when ladies show their ankles, it was, and that was like a pervy thing. Yeah, this topic took a slight turn, but I'm swinging it back around. But so where all of this connects, though, is that the Bible, the God of the Bible, and those rules that are set for people who live in this area. So my point about the natives dancing nude or whatever is that it was normal for them. So the Christian God and this thing about, oh, got to cover up and everything, it doesn't make sense to them. Okay. It's those folks who live up there, meaning, north of the equator and up in Jerusalem, whatever, right? It's them folk up there who don't understand us. But we got to change because they said so, because they quote, brought Christ into our life. And I quite frankly, if the Messiah, whoever it is, came into a village, and if everybody in the village, 150 people, were all have, quote, to us, half naked, everybody was topless or whatever, but it was normal, no pervy stuff, it's just normal, then if Jesus was to walk into the village, would he go, oh my God, I can't look, all these people are naked? Because then he is judging them, you see. So part of this is that, okay, so the lady who was being stoned, and Jesus interrupted and said, any of you out there that have not committed a sin, throw the first stone. Now there could have been a wise guy out there, so, but that's, if Jesus stood there before the crowd and stared them down and looked at them and said, and you, if you haven't sinned, throw the first stone. And if you have not sinned, throw the first stone. And you, and he pointed to them, you see. So, but the story, so he stood before the crowd and said, any one of you who, have not sinned, all right, go ahead. And the story is they backed down, right? So, but it was this eye contact. It wasn't the words that he said, but it was his emphasis while he was there. You got to pay attention to that too. So what was Jesus doing when he was staring these folks down, but at the same time teaching them a lesson? So what other people's rules are, what to do? They burned women at the stake. A lot of times no one was guilty, right? Somebody, the story, this, not just the Salem witch trials, but, and then, what they did to Joan of Arc and what they, what they've done to priests and folks and stuff in other places, what other religions have done to the Christians, Has there been persecution? Yeah. And I think it's because some of these folks did. I took catechism class every day for 11 years. Well, 11th grade. So first, So we studied the Crusades in Catholic school, till I wanted to puke. And so, but that if you weren't a Catholic, and you weren't part of the church, then there was that reverse after, it got out, they quit, feeding Christians to the lions. Um, what a sport that must have been, right? So who do you cheer for, the Lions or the Christians? Whoa, is it time? Is it 20? It's 3:20. Yay! Okay, I got my bowl ready. There were strict priests, an army of naked angels waiting for. Oh, Pearl. Oh, no, no, no. In those days, did like, no, pro something. Well, here's the thing, organic. See, what I was going to talk about earlier was about St. Francis, and then I got off on the priest and the Pope and all that. And anyway, I got stoned. I'm sorry, but in my ramblings about this, but so the true St. Francis, and I've talked about this before, he was a man of the world. He loved the animals. He loved the people. He went around and blessed them. He helped them out. He would, if somebody needed help in the fields, he would go and help them. Animals were sick or whatever. He tended to the people, to the animals, to the people in the village. He tended his flock, as it were. In the eyes of Jesus, for him, it was everyone, and everybody deserved his help if they needed it or whatever, right? Cheers, right. So So, as St. Francis understood animals and plants and medicines and things, the church almost, burned him at the stake for being a witch because he was healing people, but he was using herbs and things. And they were like, you can't be doing this in the church's name. He goes, I'm not doing it in the church's name. These aren't magical potions. These are medicines, And the church was like, yeah, but we can't sanction this. And then goes, go away. It's me. I'm the priest. I am being pastor of these folks. I am the pastor, which is interesting. And pastor is where, sheep or whatever go to grace, right? But anyway, so but these are my people. This is my flock. I am bound to these people of the land and what they're doing here. That's why I'm here, right? And of course, the Vatican was like, oh, well, that's not really what we're teaching here, Francis. And he was like, but that's who I am. And so they got to thinking about it and how many people loved him and how many other churches and other people were starting to go to his church and their village and everything because he was a kind man. And the people in the village saw this specialness in Francis as a priest. So they, in a way, they worshipped him because they came to the church and Father and bless us and everything. So, and whether he actually healed them or not, if he gave them something for their stomach and they got better, obviously, but he gave them comfort to even those with sheep or cows because he would bless them all and they got in trouble for it, right? So then they turned around and made it a religion, named an order of the Catholic Church after him, which he hated. But in my lifetime, of all the people, of all the saints, of all this stuff, Buddha, whatever, and I didn't know as much about Buddha, but I knew a lot about St. Francis. I said, if I was going to be somebody, I want to be like St. Francis. I want to know about herbs that I could heal people with, and not necessarily have to go to a doctor, which then I became a witch doctor, right? Because I'm a root doctor. I don't know if y'all heard me tell the story about the root doctor that used to live on the Georgia-Florida border up here. But anyway, so there are a lot of honest to God paranormal root doctors, but then there are those of us who know about certain tinctures and teas and things, and we can become our own root doctors. We become our own medicine people. And in my own crazy way, I think it's the only reason I've survived these 69 years, I quit a horrible lifestyle and changed my evil ways. And, but at the same time, isn't that being a doctor? Isn't that seeing or recognizing an illness like drinking too much or, being overweight, whatever the thing is, right? And so be your own doctor, take care of thyself and be strong within yourself. So, but what was Jesus all about? He was like, so you don't collect a bunch of stuff. So, in James chapter 2 or whatever, I did a video on about, the rich man comes up and he goes, Jesus, I've got a lot of wealth and I have helped people and my servants are well paid and, my property and this and everybody's well fed and, I help stuff. And he goes, so what do I do to, walk with you? And Jesus said, give it all away. And the guy was like, but, and Jesus kind of reprimanded him. It was a little, from the text, it was a little rude in a way. And he's like, it's like, I told you, you want to walk with me, then you must give everything you have away. But in the end, it's true. I can't take none of this stuff here at his house around here with me. So in the end, I must give it all away. I have to. I can't stay attached to it, from out yonder kind of thing. That's like silly, there's going to be enough of me that's already attached here that probably won't go away. Anybody that gets this place will probably see me walking around or, glimpses of my spirit or, whatever. I have thought about that, since I've seen my own ghost years ago, which is an interesting story in and of itself. But anyway, so this idea of God and the Bible and the area and so forth and connection, what does all of this have to do with it? Well, because it's this one small area of the world that's trying to tell the rest of the world how we should feel. That we should believe what those folks who grew up there, lived there, died there, and all that kind of stuff is the same as what Native Americans and what North and South, now Native, Canada, wherever, New Zealand, around, Native folks. The idea, though, that what they believe in or what they have been taught is wrong. Because the Jews used to sacrifice at the temple all the time. Okay? So they say, well, no, that's not really true. Yeah, it is. Then why were the money changers there? Well, because they were selling goats and chickens and doves and stuff so they could make sacrifices. Okay? So it's, you look at them Mayans over there, they've made sacrifices. Yeah, and so did the Jews, and so did these people, and so did them folk, and so did the Catholics. They include the sacrifice into the sacraments and into the organization of the church. It has nothing to do with Jesus. It's all about ceremony. It was all in how to bring the pagans and those Romans who had been worshiping, their gods, right? So the church had to be able to provide these things. So we have to understand also what was going on at the time. So when people want to discuss the Bible, the landmass as the whole world, what was going on in the whole world according to this Bible. Some things might correspond with other things that went on the planet. That's not I'm not arguing that, okay? My point is, it's the lessons for these folk here. So it's like people who live, native folks who live in Canada, would build and still do these big wiki up kind of things. And because the snow would pile up 10, 12 feet, right? So they had a hole at the top, still do. They had a hole at the top. So in the wintertime, they don't have to worry about digging out a door. They just crawl out the ladder, which goes out to the hole, which is also the hole for the smoke to go out and that kind of thing. But the snow's right up to the edge of the roof, right? So, they live through there. They crawl up like a rabbit out of the hole and do their stuff. They drop wood down the side. They got it all worked out, right? They don't worry about normal things, because what normal things are is they live inside this cocoon during the dead of winter when there's all this snow, and they just crawl up and down the ladder. Old people, young people, doesn't matter. Now, if grandma can't get up there, they help her out. But to the point, though, the idea, though, that people have been, the Eskimos have been making igloos out of ice, and native peoples have been using things that, to shelter themselves without building great big monuments and stuff, but were very adequate. So, what's that got to do with the Bible? A lot, because there are a lot of customs and there are a lot of things in the rest of the world. If we stop thinking about religion and get this God out of our heads and just look at what people are doing. So how them folks in Peru doing right now? What are they doing? Are they at war? Are they machine gunning each other? Now they got drugs and stuff that goes on down there. Don't get me wrong. But the people in general, they're farming, they're mountain folk, they're, maybe they're raising coffee or whatever, they're doing what they're doing down there and they're trying to make a living. They're just going from day to day. So it's society that wants to build everything up to neighborhoods and to this thing and to that thing. But in the olden days, these folks would be living closer to the earth. So they would be living with the earth, not living on the earth. Now, to those that live with the earth, we understand the difference. And there are some folks that have gotten a little snobby about this, and maybe myself at a time or two, not meaning to, but that, if you live on the earth, then you don't understand what a lot of us folks who live with the earth do. And so you say, you folks, you old dirty hippies, you tree huggers, you folks, and yeah. Okay. But then you don't get it. You can still live in a high rise and still be connected. It's what's in your heart and your thought. That old Indian that had to go into a hospital, and he was like on the 6th or 7th floor. And after his operation, the nurse comes into his room and he's standing beside the bed and he's got all these tubes and everything and he's doing a dance. She goes, "What are you doing?" And he goes, I'm doing a dance to thank Mother Earth for, and to the Creator, and the Great Spirit for helping the doctors to help save my life and so that I can be here now. She goes, "Well, you're on the 5th floor." And he goes, "It doesn't matter. All the building is made out of parts from Mother Earth. And if I dance, whether it be on the 5th floor or the 50th floor, my prayer will still be heard." And I went, whoa, now that right there is some heavy shit. Because if you believe that, no matter where you are on a 10, if you're on a 2nd floor. Now I've lived in, apartments, not in high rises, but I've lived in 2-story flats kind of thing, so I got an upstairs here at the house. So there's something about a high rise tree house. Me too, Delaney. Actually, there's a place down the river that's up on stilts. If the last few floods haven't taken it down. But so what do we do about this? Well, it's up to us for our own personal. So read the Bible for what it is, not for what this landmass that, isn't as big as the United States, I don't think. But, if you want to, you kind of sort of gotta include the whole Mediterranean. And that means Morocco and Northern Africa and France and Spain and, and folks up in the Alps. And, and anything that's connected with the ocean over in Europe over there, the Caspian Sea and Norway and all, they're all connected. So they're all a part of the Bible story because they're part of the continent. But, the Vikings ain't in the Bible. They are, they weren't begat by any of the Jewish followings in the Bible. Not that they want you to know about. So, but what if a Nordic came down and mingled with, some young Jewish princes and, and they begat something? What would they begat, I'm just saying. So, but this idea, though, I'm not meaning that it was bad. But what did they beget? Nordics versus these folks. Mingle, mingle, So, but that's not necessarily in the Bible because it's in the story of who's begotten. Because what about the other people who aren't in the book, who weren't, quote, part of a family tree? So you're not part of this tribe, but they still lived during that time. There just weren't only the people of Israel that lived in the world. There were lots of other people. So this idea, and it wasn't the only train of thought. I mean, Jesus went to the East and studied, Eastern traditions. That's why he came back and was running the guys out of the temple because Buddhists were going, nah, you can take some rice and offer it to the gods and, and you don't have to kill anything. Different kind of sacrifice, different train of thought. So this idea at the Last Supper, to drag this into, but it's all relative because we have to understand these folks wrote it, okay, for their area, for their specific thing, which leaves out the rest of the planet, which is unfortunate because the rest of the planet, because of the religion, not from what Jesus preached or said or done, okay, understand that. If we truly believe that he was who he was and saved us, then all the rest of this stuff just is religion is not him. He was not a religion. It was people who made it a religion. It was people who talked on God's behalf. And, for however many years we couldn't eat red meat on Fridays and it was a sin. That is my absolute perfect prime example of the church making up a rule, making all of its people sin. They created a sin, and when people would go hungry because they couldn't get fish to eat or whatever, they just had to eat a baked potato. Now, to the truth, we didn't starve, but we were hungry that day, and as growing children. So you ate a hamburger, and then you had to go, oh my God, I got to go to church. I got to go eat, I got to go to confession because I ate meat today. All this guilt the church laid on us, Jesus wouldn't do that. You just got to stop and think about that. Would he make it a sin if you couldn't find something to eat and all you had was this, that he would say, don't go hungry. My goodness. Who made this stupid rule? The church. And they blamed it on you, Jesus, by the way. And you go, but wait a minute, hang on, that's not what I meant. Right, but these fools thought that's what, it's good for the fishing industry, just keep that in mind. Around the Mediterranean, people eat, So, the goat population, like increased, and never mind. So people will take the rest of the Bible, but skip all this stuff, well, the apostles said, and but let's go back to what Jesus said and did. Let's just stick with this, please, because that's the whole part of the story. So religion has made up all of the sins, all of the rules, all of the different churches, all of the different stuff, all of the ceremonies, all of the sins, and they put it on us. And they have intertwined it into societies. And if you don't fit this, and if you mix herbs and teas and stuff, then you're a witch, like St. Francis, the original. And, wait a minute, we can't talk about, the energy of the earth and things and stuff like that. Well, the monks who work at these different places, a lot of them are working in gardens and they're tending things and they're tending people. And they're still doing things that they did 1,000 years ago, okay? Maybe in different ways, but their devotion is still the same. So, in my own way, I'm a hermit down here in the edge of the swamp, but my thinking, I wanted this to be a campground. I wanted people if they needed a place to go unburden their soul, they could come down and share my place and go walk in the swamp and sit by the river and so forth, and not be hassled by anything. And as long as they were respectful to me and the earth kind of thing, come and stay, just, here, it's very simple. It's back to the land, and, you want to get back to nature, here you go. But that's not necessarily a bad thing. But to a lot of folks, it's inconvenient. Well, I didn't know it'd be this hard, or what. Okay, whatever. But anyway, you mean you have snakes right here in the living room? Yes. Well, I couldn't stay here because I would just think that snakes were crawling around all the time. Okay, Well, you can go put it, but I couldn't stay in a tent here because there might be snakes crawling around. We are in the woods down. The swamp is in the backyard. You realize that, right? Yeah. Well, people up on the hill who live in trailers, they have stepped on snakes coming out of their house off the porch in their front yard. But yeah, there was a person up there, a snake crawled into their bedroom. But that, so this idea that somehow, but see, the paranoia and what people get used to is normal. And, so living with the land and being, understanding, well, okay, I can see this or whatever, like camping, just simple camping. Some folks just can't go camping unless it's a trailer that they pull behind them. They can't sleep in a tent, have never slept in a tent, would never dream of sleeping in the tent and pooing in a 5-gallon bucket, or living in the woods for a week up in the mountains with just bare necessities. And, but having a ball doing it, right? Not a clue, right? Oh, well, I took my camper up there and I took my 4-wheel drive. We had all this camping gear. We had chairs and seats and stuff like that. No, I'm talking about just take a couple of tarps. Seriously, this is what we used to do. Take a couple of tarps and a couple of a little bit of gear. But, basically what we carried was in coolers, and we sat on the coolers for chairs. We didn't take a bunch of stuff, right? We didn't have a lot of room. So we took what we needed, but tarps were our tents, big tarps, stretched them out, rope, this, that, and the other thing, covered everything, and just slept outside with tarp coverings, right? Open air kind of, especially in the mountains. Even in the wintertime, we slept like that. Now, we did have other tents and pop-ups and stuff, but to the point, a lot of times it was just tarp tent camping. And so people not everybody can do that. Not everybody's willing to do that, And so, but you don't have to live like that. But would you go at least take the chance for a weekend and go sleep we had quilts and stuff and air mattresses. We weren't sleeping on the ground, but we were, pretty much in the open. Well, I don't know if I could do that. Why not? What are you afraid of? Well, the bugs. So you spray a little bit. We had a little thing to help keep the bugs away. If you made a little smoke fire, and in the mountains, when the temperature drops, the bugs don't like to come out. And in the morning time, well, can things crawl on you? Yeah, but we always laid a tarp on the ground, and then I put our bedding and stuff on top of that, so we weren't on the ground. Could something crawl on you? Yeah. I woke up with things, crawling on me. Yeah, but you just flick them off and go on. But something might crawl on me. Yeah, but it ain't going to kill you. That's the part of getting to be with nature, that if a bug crawls on you, you're not going to freak. Well, there's a bug on me. Oh, okay, then just brush it off and get up and go on, But it was a bug. It's okay. You're out in nature, but what has that got to do with the Bible? A lot, because the Bible don't teach that. It doesn't. It talks about sacrificing to your God. One of the 10 commandments. Okay, honor. Keep holy the Lord's Day. What? To Native Americans and Native folks, every day meant something. Every day was special in the eyes of the Creator. Big or small. If you just sat around the fire and it was raining outside and you just, you kind of lazed around, that was okay too, Everything in its time and place, right? So, but this idea that um, Native folks understood that if something was wrong, it was wrong. They didn't have to write it down. Other folks would just look at them and go, "That's wrong." You know, elders would just give them that evil eye and look down on them, and go, So, and that was enough. A lot of times words weren't even said. It was just the look, right? So we've lost that. And, so in tribal law and in small communities, these people relied on each other every day. So they saw each other. So they knew what was right or wrong. They knew not to steal, Jack's knife. They knew not to go rape the little girl down from the other tribe. They knew these things. They knew they were wrong morally against nature. They knew it, right? But where was the Bible to teach them? Where was Jesus to teach them? Where was God of the Bible and a church to teach them? Because they understood their connection with Mother Earth and with the universe was ongoing and was always there. Jesus came to kill guilt, and they used it against the human population. So, and I'm not against Christ in any way, right, y'all? So, for folks who might pick this up and go, he's just, blaspheming. No, I'm just pointing out that, listen, a lot of Christians ain't doing what Jesus talked about. A lot of churches just don't welcome anybody in. Everybody's got to get baptized and join that club. You've heard me preach about this before, but it's the truth. In reality, the thing that the rich man had when he walked up to Jesus and he asked, "What should I do?" And Jesus said, "Just get rid of all your stuff and come with me." That means go work for other people, help somebody else out. But here's the deal, even, understanding that God will provide. I've been down in the swamp down on the river for 3 days. You've heard me talk about that incident where I still don't know how I've survived. And this I think, would have made, let's see, 8 years. This year was 8 years ago that it happened in August. So sort of my anniversary. But in thinking on how, 3 days on the river with no food and very little water, how did me and my dog get out with, sore back, but basically without a scratch and no dehydration? So how did I make that, right? I saw the spirits come in and all that kind of stuff, but it wasn't religion that came and saved me. Was it a miracle? For me, it was, because I made it through. I still don't know how, but I do know why. And the why is to understand that there's more to this life, even when we're still living in it, and that there is something on the other side. So, the idea of the Bible, and we got to serve all these things. And I was telling my friend the other day, I said, take those 10 commandments that came down from God and was written on a stone and Moses took to the people, when several of them is all about God. Okay. But if you follow the universal law of to do no harm, and we could add a little addendum to that, except where necessary, to do no harm, then we don't need 10 commandments. And if we don't do any harm, then that is our sacrifice. Whatever it is that we do, we stay connected to Mother Earth. We don't overdo it. We don't slaughter. We don't, oh, well, what about the Indians that ran the buffalo off the cliffs? That happened. But the buffalo had a chance too. They did, a lot of them just didn't turn in time. But, the Native Americans weren't like the folks who went and shot all the buffalo just for the hides and left the meat on the side of out on the prairie to rot and, and be of no use. That was so, the natives used everything, the bones, the this, the liver, the hide, the entrails, they used it all, right? So, but they were savages. Yeah, they ran bison off a cliff. Yeah, because they didn't have shotguns, man, but they did know how to kill a few of them and get what they needed, right? Were some others killed in the process? Well, but not necessarily was it their fault. You know what I mean? I mean, they just stampeded them. They all went nuts, and whoops, a couple of them fell and got hurt. You know. Um, so, but it's not the same slaughter that white man did. But the Native America, them people were so bloodthirsty. Really? Well, there's something I have to say that years ago that, and I do understand, but I hate liver. I do. But understand that there's, in certain things that the liver has a lot of curative things, and liver ain't necessarily bad. So, but there's a French chef who was teaching me about certain things. And so when they would bring in cows that we had to, they were basically a whole half a beef, right? And hanging in the freezer in there. And we would then take them out, cut them up, ribs, steaks, make hamburger, whatever it was for the prison. And so he was teaching me about, we've got these, we got some of the organs in one time because the sergeant said, hey, we want to make some kind of blood pudding or something or whatever it was. We need a couple of, beef hearts and a couple of, beef livers, just, And so we got them in with the cows that came in. So he was draining them in. He had some blood and he mixed in some stuff and whatever it was. And he's like, in certain areas, this dish right here, where I've just been collecting blood that's dripped down from the beef and mixed in, it is like a delicacy. And I thought it tasted like shit. But he was like, but the enzymes and stuff and all the good stuff that's in this because of the fresh blood and the drippings and so forth is very good for the body. So he wasn't looking at it just as, because in a lot of ways it was like gross. But he was really like, no, but this, the curative powers of the blood and the thing from the liver, the blood. And I was like, okay. So I tried it a couple of times, and I got to say it was a little strange, but it never felt bad after it. I mean, it scratched my head and go, So I understand that, that there were those who would cut open animals and while they're still fresh, drinks the fresh blood or whatever. And there's something about it. I just got to say, and it isn't about like sacrificing or being a vampire, but there is something about certain parts of organs or whatever that eaten raw or very lightly swashed around in a wok, lightly fried are, quite interesting. So, but in Jewish traditions or Christian traditions, the whole thing is the tradition was invented by a church. It wasn't invented by Jesus. So to all the Christians, but the discussion also came around, and I find this to be true, that a lot of strict Jewish folks have been looking at the things that are happening going on right now, and they're actually wondering if maybe the Messiah did come, or maybe he's already here, or right around the corner or so. So this idea, though, that, the Bible or the Torah or, whatever the holy book is, and for Native Americans, there never was a book. So the story was remembered. The story was told. The story was believed and as part of our energy. So the Native folks believed, understood, it was in their lives, and just, it didn't have a bunch of words to it. It wasn't a book. It wasn't a church. They would sit outside and look up at the stars. Where did we come from, grandfather? From the universe. Because Great Spirit is all around us, not the same as going and listening to a preacher in any kind of Christian church. So the idea of the world of the Bible is contained within the area where it originated. What does that mean for the rest of it? Yeah, it's a really good story. You know, do I believe things about Buddha? Sure. You know, are there things about, oh man, the old Chinese proverb do? Yeah, talk to Jesus about Christmas. When actually it is said that he was actually born more around Easter time. But anyway, Jesus went and kicked it with Buddha. Yep, that's right. That's how Buddha got his hairstyle. Jesus came to kill guilt. I flipped the word. I got you. But yeah, one of you've heard me tell this many times, but Sister Helene told me in 1970, listen, Jesus was a Buddhist. Don't become a priest, David. If you're going to study something, then go study Buddhism. Go study the Eastern traditions and understand what that means. This is from a Catholic nun, right? But but at the same time, she also, I asked her about many things. And it was like, if you understand all these things, then why are you still here, at a Catholic school and with the church? And she said, because I made my promise to God. She made her promise to the Creator. And so the best way she knew how was to continue being a nun and kind of teaching little things off to the sides to people who were aware. She was a wonderful lady when you got to know her. But in school, she was like, don't mess with Sister Helene. She'll look at you wrong, and it carried. But in the end, she was an old softy and really great and had a lot of knowledge and a warm heart. And God bless her for the energy and time that I got the chance to spend with her and that kind of thing. She literally pulled me out of the gutter, gave me a place to live there, and until I could get my paycheck straightened out and got me off the streets in Tampa. And so God bless her wherever she's at. So her energy and my prayers still continue with her. And there are times when she showed up, like popped in like, hey, I gave me that look and was out of here. And I was like, wow, she's still keeping an eye on me after all these years, whatever that means. But, it's always been good. So it's like, and she always gives me inspiration. And for whatever anybody wants to say it about a religion, I believe she's with the angels, if you know what I mean, her energy and so forth. So, so what do we do in the universe? What is our goal? What do we become? What do we worry about in life? Well, make sure you got a job to pay your rent or whatever and your lights and stuff. But, do you have to have a bunch of stuff that cost a lot that you think you need or whatever? Do you really? So there are folks who are like, well, Dave, you live down there. And yeah, well, I planned this out 30 years ago. I bought this place. I'm still, I'm me, and I've talked about it. I got a hand dug well that's 22 feet deep. I dug a hole in the ground straight down, and water came from around and around, and the water came from all around. But anyway, when you're in the well, but it's been there 30 plus years now, and there's been some cave ins, and it needs a little help, and but I still work, so I still got water, and it's still good water, so no problems there. So I'm still homesteading this place after all these years, right? Whether people are high and dry and living in the house and blah, blah, blah. No, I'm still, homesteading. So my connection to the earth is just different. Is it better, worse, or than somebody else? Well, there are people, like I said, who wouldn't trade a day to live here because they just, it would just be too much, I'm going to be afraid that a snake would crawl over my, okay, It ain't like that. It's only happened in my lifetime like 5 times, but yes, snakes have been in the house, okay? That's not the point. I live in a swamp. I would expect a snake to come in. And here's the thing from my point of view, having critters come in the house and just crawl across the floor and just, then I am as much a part of this place as they are. They come in, respect me, eat a few bugs, leave a little toad turd around once in a while, whoop, there's a toad turd, and out they go and they live around. And so, it's all a part of the atmosphere, right? It's the living together with nature. So Jesus was all about that. It wasn't about collecting things and having all this stuff, but it was about awareness and awareness of other people and awareness of the universe and that Buddhist kind of thinking that we're all together and the thinking and all, right? So, but anyway, so the Bible, so, they always want to talk to us about the world according to the Bible. Okay, but no offense, I'm not Jewish, but maybe that's because, I considered it one time because there's some really cool stuff in some of the ceremonies and things, but also I looked at the Native American and I was like, nah, this fits me more. This is just like, yeah, did the Native Americans kind of make it up? Yeah, but they kind of made it up as they went along. But they found that there are certain things like certain dances. And they say, well, they got a mask on, he's got feathers, he's doing this. But do you understand that mask that he's wearing is like 300 years old, was handcrafted? Because I've held some of these masks that Kashka had from the tribe. And to feel these things and to think that medicine men and shamans told stories 300 years ago with this carved mask. And so when they put on the essence of the crow, of the eagle, or whatever the mask represented, right? Raven. So Raven brought them a lot of stuff. And Raven told many stories, and Raven helped to, in the creation stories in some of these tribes. So, here's a bird, but he's a blackbird. He's the raven, oh my God, the raven. Oh, well, no, but they look at it is that he was he brought the messages, right? So, but not every Native American tribe believes what the Tlingit do, right? So the Cherokee believes something else, the Seminole, but they all believe. Those that don't believe they came out of the ground, many believe they came from the sky somehow, some way, at some point, whether with a bird or on a bird or something, and it had to do with flying. It's a lot of stories like that, right? So talking, that, some of the earth gods talk to some of the sky gods, like during thunderstorms or hurricanes or whatever, and that's torrential floods and rains and things. And, talking about floods in the Bible, since I got back from vacation, it rained every single day for 2 months, with only 2 days that only had light showers. It rained every single day for over 40 days. Just saying. Down here in South Georgia. I mean, the yesterday and today are the first 2 days in a row. It hasn't rained since like May. Okay. It has rained every day. A shower, a rainstorm, the rivers are up, people are freaking out. The rivers are up, the backyards, flooding. This is the wrong time of the year. What's going on? Climate change. The climate's always changing. Pay attention. Oh, this storm in New York. It's never happened like this. It's 100 years ago. Well, okay. We had a storm down here in South Georgia, Albany, Georgia, this one year. The river came up, and it's high. It's deep through there. A dam broke upstream, and a bunch of water came south. And it rained 9 inches in a couple of hours. And between that, it flooded portions of Albany, Georgia, and the land on either side. And and it's not really low through there up in Albany. But the people freaked out. Oh, Armageddon. We can't, people moved out, and it was horrible. But it hadn't been like that since. Now it's been 20 years or ish. Oh, but if it rained again, okay. But at the time, Albany was said, the world's coming to the end. So, yeah, okay. So New York's got hit with, a storm. It's about time. And I don't mean nothing bad to New York, But, we get hit by them down here all the freaking time. I'm sorry, but it's about time somebody else gets a storm. I'm just saying, if we get pounded down here on the Gulf Coast with storms all the time, but South Georgia, it's like normal. And so it's time for y'all to kind of feel what we get on a regular basis. Not that I want y'all to be flooded or people to die, but, people dying down here by crossing over places that they shouldn't when the water comes up. And they know better, and then people still get swept away. So stuff happens. And it ain't just New York City, and it's not just the subways. I mean, if you build a bunch of shit underground and it rains 10 inches, it's got to go somewhere, and downhill is usually where it goes. So whatever you're doing, a lot of rain for whatever reason is going to be detrimental to anything underground. You know what I'm saying? So you deal with it. I'm sorry. Was it tragic? Yes. Did people not expect it? A hurricane is coming your way. People down here go, okay, time to hunker down. People in New York City went, well, but 9 inches of rain, ha, ha, ha. And then when they saw it, they went, oh my God, the world's coming to an end. We got to do climate change. Holy Jesus, I mean, I'm not saying that it was a good thing but I think it was a good thing that people wake up and go, listen, there are a lot of us on this planet who've been hit with storms. My neighbor and I were talking, he came over, they brought me some deer stew, God bless them. And, was talking about we can't get to the river because of all the trees that gotten tore down during Hurricane Michael. The tornado went through our backyard and just ripped up the woods. And both of us, our properties are side by side on this side over here. You can't walk, we can't get to the river like we used to because of these huge giant oak trees and other trees that are down. And they're, we don't have trails to open up. Never rent a basement apartment on a coastal town. Yeah, thank you very much. Honestly. And there are people in places that their bathrooms, their bathrooms. Their basements flood, every couple of years. We got this really hard rain in the and that. Guess what? Basements have a sump pump in them. Why? Because sometimes they flood. So they build them into the basements because they're prone to do that. So, but anyway, it's tragic. Oh, it's horrible. Yes, it was one big nasty ass storm. Let me tell you, I will agree with you on that. But we've had some big nasty ass storms before. They just never made it as far up the coast. Now that's interesting. But see, now with the moon wobble that they've agreed is happening, and the earth wobble that we've all noticed at some point recently and over the last couple of years. And so we knew, that we've heard about the Gulf Stream. So why are these storms acting kind of strange in the Gulf and up along the Gulf Stream? But I talked about that. The Gulf circular has slowed, and the Gulf Stream up the coast has changed and slowed and not moving as fast. And so so take all the oil and corrects it out of the Gulf of Mexico, take all the garbage and all this other stuff, and figure out a way to get the Gulf Stream up the coast of America moving again. Okay. The ocean is stagnant. Heating changes, but it's the fluid dynamics of the currents within the Gulf of Mexico that comes up from Cuba and around Mexico and up around Louisiana, back around and then down and out through the Keys. And so we need to, if anything needs fixed, it's that. How? Don't know, but that would be one of the things. If you could increase the circular flow of the Gulf and, clean it up and so forth, but that ain't going to happen because of all the stuff of the Gulf spill that's settled at a certain depth in the ocean and is stuck there. And it's really slowed down the Gulf of Mexico. Anyway, what's that got to do with the Bible? Well, because there are prophecies of things that are going to happen on the earth. There are going to be storms, and there's going to be this, and there's going to be that. If somebody wants to talk about climate change, all we got to do is go back, way back in the 60s, there was Camille. That was 150-mile-an-hour winds and came up through, Alabama, Mississippi, and up through, through there, killed a bunch of people, wrecked a bunch of crap. Oh my God, it was horrible. But we've had powerful storms since then, and we've had powerful storms before then. Okay. So this idea that somehow it's worse than before, I can go back in my lifetime and go, what about Camille? What about this one? What about that one? What about this one? What about Michael 3 years ago that came through here and tore up our house in Georgia? We're not even on the coast. So you tell me about all these storms. Okay, well, it's about time y'all had one, just so you know what we have been going through. And I do not mean that in a mean, bad, nasty way. There are a lot of us have been putting up with some of this. Now, I know I live on a swamp and the backyard floods. That's not what I'm talking about. I mean, rain consistently, 8 or 9 inches, in a single time, and, have, quote, local flooding like that, because we get a lot of tropical storms in up here, around this area, right? So to have somewhere else on the East Coast feel what we get every year, that's not wishing bad, but hey, welcome to our experience, but we go through this all the time, guys, okay, I'm sorry it flooded y'all and y'all got some problems, but it happens to us all the time down here, just saying, So I moved out of Tampa, right? Hey, Katniss. just to stay on hurricanes for just a moment, because of the storms that went through, and a really bad one went through North Tampa towards a tornado went through due to a hurricane that happened about 71-ish or something. And I said, that's it. I'm going to move to Georgia, right? I'm getting out of here. Well, I didn't know that Georgia was, prone to having, the remnants of these storms and tornadoes and bad weather and all that kind of stuff. And, I thought I was far enough away from the coast, but see, that ain't got shit to do with it. And since I moved out, Tampa hadn't had a really bad hurricane. They've had a couple closies, but, they haven't had a Cat 3. They've had a barely a 1 or, sub 2. Hey, Ian, how are you? So, but this idea, and why do I think that's important? Because, folks who don't understand that sometimes Mother Nature can whoop up a bad one. There's a nor'easter, or wherever you're at, there can't be a thunderstorm or lightning or something, that shit can't happen. We live on a planet. That's one thing that we need to respect and just keep that in mind. But, this is tied to the Bible and the subject, okay? Because in the Bible, all these things are supposed to be portents of the end of the world. And I would have a tendency to agree in this fact. It's the end of the world as we know it, because we need to stop thinking the way those folks taught us. This group of people that have a Bible, that talk about their lineage, that go back all these thousands of years and blah, blah, blah. And we need to quit. They just need to have that area of the world and find it out for themselves. And if the people around them say, look, we're your neighbors, and if you don't start acting right, we're going to kick your ass. Now, act nice. Quit playing all Israel and better than everybody else. Stop it. You look bad in the eyes of God. I'm sorry, but there are some of these Jewish folks that just like, my shit don't stink. And I'm like, you want to bet? Turn around and look down one time, stick your head down there, But the idea, but in the world of the Bible world, I'm still on topic, because it does make a difference. These are the beliefs of these people from this section of the planet. And I think it's time that it's not about a God, but it is about the spirit of all things. And if you want to throw in a Christian term, I'll throw this one in. It's the Holy Spirit. It's the Spirit, the Holy Spirit within each of us, right? It's our connection that's never been broken for most of us anyway. There are some folks that are literally serving the dark side, and for whether they know it or not, they're doing spells and they're teaching people about spells and things and stuff that ain't really the right red road. There's some stuff in there you just shouldn't be. To get to the other side, to mess with something strong like that in this plane of existence, and then to make the transference into the other realm, you have no idea what kind of horrible shit that's waiting for you there from the shit that you caused when you try to do some kind of magic in this side. Okay. So potions to help cure people and kidney ailments or whatever, let's go for it, right? But this idea that somehow we're selling magic potions, when actually the magic, if it's true magic, is the magic of nature. It's the magic of the herbs that were grown in nature. It's these herbs that give off natural whatever's, alkaloids or whatever, that help to cure us and to keep us healthy and so forth. Cannabinoids and weed and so forth. You know what I'm saying? We are coming up on a real 420 here, and it'll be 3 hours that I've been here with y'all. So I know this has been kind of sort of like a really boring story, but in this reality that we have to understand, because folks are trying to make this the end times using their story, okay? And it's not everybody else's story, but there are enough people who believe this story that the temple has to be built, that this has got to be, and that's got to be, because when all this happens, that's when the Messiah is going to show up, you see. That's when the biblical prophecies all come true. And that's what makes their religion happy. But what about the rest of us that don't really believe in that? What if I believe, like a lot of other folks, and some of you too, and we share the same kind of tribal instinct, in that we understand that we're all a part of this universe, one way or the other. And when we conduct ourselves with honor and humbleness to the universe and help people and do the best we can, we just be good people. That's good. That's a good thing, versus people who try to lie and cheat and steal and get your last nickel out of you and be a shy, whatever the deal. You know what I mean? So in this universe, who's right, who's wrong? You'll find out when you get to the other side. But whether you're studying Jesus, and this has been mostly about the Bible, so the Jesus theory is that, then we should all go outside in a big meadow and talk about some of these things. So imagine, y'all, we're all outside sitting in a meadow. Actually, if I turned off the light, there's enough starlight and stuff coming in tonight. The moon isn't up yet. I could actually see, the Milky Way tonight. It was like great. First time. I could see Pleiades for the first time. Yay. So that's like a really cool thing for me. And Pleiades is like overhead. It's like way up in the, as far as the zodiac is concerned, it was way up overhead. So that means the planet is still rolled south, I guess, because Pleiades is in about the right spot. It's a little too far north, but. And for my solar house, the sun is now coming in on the floor, because the sun is being lower in the sky. 2 minutes. Thank you, David. And you came on just to kind of help out. Same to you, Katniss and Ian and all y'all for hanging out at different times. I know some people have come in early and they've dropped out. I see the numbers change. It's okay. But those of you, I know dropping in and out, sometimes the discussion gets a little boring, but it is all related. But because to the Bible prophecy, which all of these billions of Christians are to believe. So you get 1 billion Christians, 1 billion anybody's, okay? 1 billion Czechoslovakians, a billion, it doesn't matter. I'm not picking on the Czech folks. But you get a billion of anything thinking a particular way, then you have influence. You have spiritual influence. So I believe religions have been twisting us for a long time. I mean, as I think back, why would they do this? Control. But why would they want to control this? Well, if there's another higher power that ain't really God, it's a God, but it ain't the great spirit God. Because of the rest of the planet, all these indigenous peoples believe in this great spirit without having anything to do with Jesus or God. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. It's ingrained in us, especially when it's promoted as a natural part of life. Think of the movie Avatar, in that those blue beings, when he became one of the blue beings and flew through the jungle and all this stuff, he felt what it was like to be a part of the nature of things. When he felt the essence of the earth, I can sometimes I'll go, I know this is slightly off topic, but it's not, because I talked about frogs in here before. There's been times I've been sitting here and I just stop and I look and I go, for whatever reason, there's a frog coming out of the shadow, heading over there underneath, it goes over there by the couch and into the kitchen and around. He does his rounds, right? And then they go back out because this door has got a little bit more of a crack under it than this door does. But anyway, this door don't have a crack. But to the point, though, so they know how to get in and out. And I was told by a native elder woman years ago, she goes, you have to leave a little space at the door so the little people can get in and out. Otherwise, you'll have trouble. They will plague you and steal your stuff and misplace it. And I had just been talking about it before we went to this powwow. And the first place I went was this little tent with this lady there. And she looked at me and she goes, you have to leave a place for the little ones to get in and out. And you have to leave offerings for them and respect them. Now, how in the hell she knew that? And, but she was right. And I've talked with other native elder men and women who all agree that, yep, you have to, whether you actually see them, you have to believe that they're there, because they are. So in my story, what's this got to do with the Bible? Because the Bible talks about these creatures that are seen and unseen and all these things as being potentially evil, because they are in the darkness and they play tricks. So they're tricksters, they're the devil, they're demons. You follow where I'm headed with this? So, there's a big difference between mischief, that having had some of these critters around here pull on me. And then there was the time that an entity pushed me down my own stairs, which is one of the reasons why I don't go up and down the stairs much at all. And I need to break that. But anyway, so pushed me down my stairs and it damn near killed me. I'm here to tell you, it hurt really bad. And I didn't go to the doctor. Probably should have. I was going to the doctor once a month and I just went by check-in, but it really messed me up. But gain respect. But it was, I felt, somebody asked me, I said, did you lose your footing? And I said, it felt like somebody pushed me from behind. What? And because I just went nosedive. I've been up and down the stairs to where sometimes when you don't put your foot right on the step, that you kind of slide off the front of it, right? But it was one of those issues. My foot was firm on the step, but I went nose first down the stairs, and that ain't a slipped foot, you know what I mean? But anyway, so I have been, chased and pounded and pushed, and then there's been things that have just kind of been moved over a little bit or something. Or you look at it and go, I saw that just a minute ago, and you look around and you go over there and you go back over and you go, oh, some bitch, there was something that was just in front of it, or something that moved. It's still in the same place, or it's over here just right. It's, but it's still over there, right? Those are the pranksters, and And sometimes they just like to come in and move shit around. But here's the thing. That was years ago. I haven't had any pranksters or any kind of anything because I'm living more closely with the earth now. The older I've gotten and things and stuff, and they're just things that I allow, and like, oh, put a rug by the door so nothing can crawl in and out. And you go, well, you know, I've been yapping. I took a hit before, but for those 420 fans, it's a negative energy eating vampire being. I don't I I don't know what it was back then, Delaney, because I had some people who were actually wishing me bad luck and doing active spells against me and calling creatures and things. They were literally trying to hurt, maim, and that kind of thing. Hey, Michelle. So it's kind of difficult. There have been entities around here that kind of show themselves and, like I say, do little pranks. But I used to get really pissed and go, "You motherfuckers, quit moving my shit," and man, you don't do that. What you do is you put your hands on your hips and go, "Okay, if one of y'all's playing a trick now, all right, it's funny, ha ha ha. Okay, now." I'm going to go do this thing and I'll be back. And if you kind of, give them credit for their hiding it or whatever and come back in a few minutes, there are a lot of times you'll find what was ever lost, or like your keys or something. I know I put my keys over here, and you come back and go, they were still there. And you go, okay, now somebody's been playing tricks, right? But so those kind of things, they're not really harmful, but they're pranksters. And, so if you just go, okay, whoever's playing the tricks, all right, now that was a good one. Okay, now put my keys back, and don't cuss them. Don't be pissed. Don't be mad. Sometimes, for whatever reason, those couple of minutes where you go looking for your keys might have saved your life at some point on your way to work, on your way to wherever you were going, with whatever you were going to do. And you go, well, if I'd have left just minutes before, I would have been in that accident. And that stuff has happened to me. And like, if I'd have been here just a couple of minutes before, I was on my way to and saw it was, and I was like, if I had been 2 cars forward, that would have happened to me. Watch the accident happen. People get creamed, and you go, crap, that was almost me. When you're finished with what you're looking for, can you put it in back, please? I see. Oh yeah, I got what you mean, Pearl. But so for with entities. So now down here in the swamp, and I've seen other small critter kind of native thingies versus evil wizard kind of devils moving shit. There's lots of different ways you can envision what could be a poltergeist. What's that got to do with the Bible? Well, that some of these things and pranksters, my point is, from the Bible's point of view, all of these things that are not of God must be of Satan, you see, and it becomes a sin. So, but the native folk understand that there are things seen and unseen, and that we just must give honor to them. And we just acknowledge that they're there and that we mean them no harm. So rather than holler and cuss and scream, which in 20 years ago I had a tendency to throw my fist and rah rah rah. But my younger days. So and quitting drinking stopped a lot of that behavior too. Um, but I had an anger in me I just had to deal with. So, but the more then that you understand the nature of things and how we are all connected and always connected and all this kind of stuff. Versus, well, I don't know, I have to go meditate because I don't feel, I need to connect. You're already connected. Don't lose that. You can say, oh, my energy's low and I need to recharge so I can maintain a good connection. But when people say, well, I just can't stay connected, I just can't, I need to go have another negative word thing. But anyway, what's this got to do with the Bible? The Bible is littered with words, right, that force us to think in particular ways, okay, that give us these ideas. And then the people who read the Bible, then they formulate their opinion of this along with other folks's and guide us, lead us in certain directions, right? It's all about the suffering that Jesus did, right? Take him off the cross, everybody. We know he died, he suffered, it was bad. Okay. I'm not trying to, put it down, but let's celebrate his life, not his death, And my visions over the last several years has been, and the one where Mother Mary kind of showed up herself and she was like, you got to tell Christians to take Jesus off the cross. You got to talk about what he was and what he did. What his person was, not just his death, because it's all about the suffering. Okay. But he had a bunch of bad people after him and he suffered because of the bad people. In life isn't supposed to be about suffering, but the church makes it to where life is suffering. And if you're not doing right, then you must have committed a sin. You must adorn yourself with sackcloth and flail yourself on the steps of the church and ask for God's forgiveness. And, it's like, what? You must do penance. Okay, all the prayers and everything I said, because the church said, that God said that, eating meat on Fridays was bad. So I sinned all those times for all those years, right? For a good 10 years, 15 years of my life. Easy, right? So, and so having gone to confession, had to pray, and having sinned all this time by the times that I broke the rules. Look, it ain't a sin no more. Y'all are absolved. It's okay. Then it wasn't a rule of God. See what I'm saying? It was a rule of the church. So I keep using that as a symbol because it's very important that y'all understand this. They change the rules all the time and over the centuries and over the this and the that. So you're trying to listen to what Jesus did and was about through the eyes of these people who have created all these ceremonies and have twisted the truth so badly that each of us must suffer, okay, and repent our sins. Now, how many of us have really done something really shitty? I mean, honest to goodness, that we need to go before a messenger of God who's pedophile and kids and tell them our deepest, darkest secrets and ask for forgiveness on his behalf, to talk to God to forgive us for our sins, to be absolved of our sins. Wait a minute. I don't need the church to do that. I just need to be sincere in my heart. Because Catholics will go say their prayers and do their penance and go, well, God forgave me, and go do it again in a couple of months. They go, well, I can always go to confession. That's the way some of them think. So it was like, as long as I get absolved by the priesty, but you're going to still do the behavior. Yeah, because I can go back and he'll do his thingy and I'll go to confession and it'll be all right. Just between me and him and God, me and God, Well, what is it you've been doing wrong? Well, it's between me and God and the priest, of course, So, but what is it that once every 2 weeks you have to go confess this thing because you kind of built it up and you really need to get up? What is it that if you don't think this is a sin, then what the hell are you really doing that you need to go and confess? Well, it's none of your business. It's personal. Okay, maybe come to find out later on that he'd been diddling a friend's wife or something, or one of his kids. But to the point, though, that you never knew what was going on with some of these folks because they could use the confessional as the excuse to be absolved of their sins. Okay, now this is the Catholic Church. This is what all this faith is based upon. And I think that, we kind of got that wrong because Jesus didn't say, come ye all and tell me your sins so that you may get into the kingdom of heaven. He said, confess your sins before the eyes of God. So the church said, well, it's got to be one of our priests. And, we got to make a little something on the side. Got to make you feel guilty if nothing else. So here we go. So the church says, we're going to make you all feel guilty. That's number one. You all are sinners. You got an original sin. But wait, didn't Jesus die for our sins? Yeah, wait, we just skip that. No, church says you've got original sin. And you got to be baptized, right away. And you have to be logged in with the Vatican with your birth certificate and everything, with church, so that you are now a member, because I am a member of their organization, right? So since they haven't excommunicated me, even though I haven't been to a church or whatever, technically, because they still have my stuff and I have not been officially excommunicated from the church, I'm still actually part of it because they signed me up when I was a little kid, right? But I'm still a part of the organization because it has not been rescinded. You get me? So to them, I'm still part of their organization, which, I've been preaching against them for how many years now? So, but this idea though, so people ask me sometimes about their faith or about the Bible, and then they talk about their religion. And I go, the religion ain't got nothing to do with the Bible. Well, but no, it don't. Because Jesus didn't want a religion. He wanted his apostles to go out and teach what they had learned by them being with him. Pass along the word. Peace be to you, my brothers and sisters. And go out and show the world. And, so in all of this, look how it's been bastardized. So if you go to a church, then you abide by the church's rules. If you join the Baptist church, then you believe what Baptists do. If you go to Methodist, Catholic, whatever it is, whatever the church is, in the Christian rule, don't care, whatever it is, then you go by their rules. If you're, well, I was going to say, but, there are some backyard games, for example, playing softball down here and playing softball up north or something. Anyway, there's a slight little, well, we don't do it like that down here, or play tag, there are differences, regional differences, but it's the same game of baseball, okay? Down here in the South, we are renowned for our football, And, to the point of there's some badasses that play football around here. And, that could play college ball, in their junior year of high school. But to the point, though, Colquitt County, the Packers got to be so good, nobody wants to play them. Nobody can beat them. They haven't been beat. They won championships. And there are folks that come from other states because Colquitt County can't get folks within the state to play football with them to complete the season. But anyway, so you become so good at something, nobody wants you for whatever it is. Nobody wants to play you. So it's like, yeah, so they're really good. Yeah, but they're too good. Lose a game, throw a game, but it'll break our perfect record. Yeah, but nobody will play you. No team, no high school team will play you, but we're still number one and you're still unbeaten and we're proud of that. Yeah. But now you can't really play football the way you would really like to compete, because you have become so good or whatever, but to the point. So, but Christians feel like the Catholics believe that and in the Nicene Creed or the Apostles' Creed, that you believe in the Holy Catholic Church, okay, the communion of sins and life everlasting, amen. Okay, so when I got that I believe in the Holy Catholic Church, I was like, I wouldn't say that line. I'd skip it and go to the next one. So everybody else said, because if I still feel that as long as I didn't say the words, then I didn't mean that, because it says that the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Catholic Church, is the one and only true church. So help me God. And it's like, no, I'm not making that pledge. I'm not praying that because of, my grandma and other issues that people that I knew that weren't Catholic, that I knew that that was just bullshit and that was just part of the church's teachings, right? So that people want to join the Catholic Church, and there are people who want to join these organizations. And I go, do you really understand what you're asking? You want to join a church that's connected with this Bible that ain't got nothing to do with you and me here in this world. It's got to do with them folks over there, okay? And they're trying to project these things upon us. The end of the world over there in Israel, okie dokie, let them folks believe what they want where they're at. Does it mean that I have to be a part of their world when it comes tumbling down? If they build a temple in Israel or whatever and blah, 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 and then they all like get in a fight and everybody and it comes tumbling down and all this thing to make the prophecy come true, what's that got to do with me in South Georgia? I'm just saying. It's true to them where they live. It's true to their prophecies of what's going on. But is it true to any of the rest of us? Honestly. And I don't mean to be disrespectful, because for those people who live there, who this is supposed to happen to and everything, I get it. But for me to try to bring what's going on in Israel and over there and implant it in the brains and thought ways of Christians and folks over here, and that this is what we must believe that the whole world should be, I gotta say, man, sorry. I am a warrior for Christ, but I refuse to, be this propaganda that you want to tie to it. What's this got to do with the Bible and the thingy? And what's this got to do with the topic? Everything, because it's all connected. So if you allow religions if you have to follow a religion to get to Christ, then you miss the point entirely. Okay. All you need to do to get to Christ is just believe. Understand that worldly things are just worldly. That when you put worldly things ahead of humanity or ahead of nature or ahead of other people or ahead of something else, or if you're on the phone all the time and your nose is stuck to it and that's all you do, and have you helped anybody lately? Have you done anything other than your phone? Now, there are some people who can do some really marvelous things with their phone, but in general, yes, I'm picking on phones again because they're taking you away from the natural. The phones, the computers, and everything. Yesterday, I was like, every time I tried to lift the lid to open up the computer, it was like, put it down. But I want to see. No, I don't. But close the lid, and it was like really. I really never did look at the computer yesterday. I don't think, I don't remember, because it was just like, I just ain't going there. It was nice outside, or I was visiting with a friend and, and some other things. So it's like, nope, just didn't do the computer thing yesterday. But there are people who just, they can't go, 20 minutes without looking at their phone. So is there a difference? Yes. Because it's the control of the device over you and your unawareness of the fact that it's doing it without your permission. Actually, you gave permission when you signed onto the cell phone or the tablet or whatever, because you agree to Google services. So every time it beeps or hums or whatever, you are inclined, because of your terms of service, to pick it up and use the apps and check it all the time. And you have become a part of that. We love you, Bob, out there. Oh, by the way, and I know it's 4:43. It's good to see you all this morning, and folks keep dropping in and out. Spirit is telling me to tell y'all, our body hair is energy antennas. Interesting you brought that up, Delaney. I have been seriously considering cutting my hair on my birthday. I mean, because I'm for a long time in the industry, I had to have my hair relatively short, just not super bald or anything, but I just kept it, just yay long, and combed it and whatever. And I've been having this thing as I'm getting older and my hair is getting thinner and other hairs are trying to grow back up and they're small and they're not caught up with the other ones. And, and anyway, and I'm not about to be pulling hairs out and all that crap. But, there was a thing about Native Americans and but hair in general. And it also goes to the Hercules? No. Samson and Delilah. And, his hair was his energy. His hair was the thing. And I was like, so as I've grown my hair out over the last, many years, as I have, I made the determination in my own life I'm still David Null, but, in my split personality of, the white man's world and all this stuff and having to participate, that's David. But Hawkeye is the guy that lives in the swamp and down, so my opportunity now that I'm retired and all is that I can be Hawkeye full time. And so that doesn't necessarily, I've switched my personality or anything, but in a way I have. So I don't worry about outdoor, these things and business and making money and all that kind of stuff. So none of that is in my life now, where it was in my life a lot, and I didn't have enough time to pay attention to what to me the worldly things are outdoors, and seeing a deer in my front yard and going on a walk with Duggar, and now that the weather is cooling off, I really want to make a trail back down to the river again. I really want to make an effort this fall because I miss taking my walks down to the river. And me and my neighbor agreed that there's so many trees down on both of our properties, but between the two of us, we're going to open up some trails, and with his help and my help, his place, my place, because we want to be able to have access where we used to where he could come on mine and I could go on his, and it wasn't that much of a problem before we actually ever met. So now we would like to make a real trail so we could make it easier for both of us. Thanks, Spirit. I was considering cutting my hair. I can look at a person and know if they have hurt or touched kids. I see their secrets. I can see if a person has been sexually abused. Well, you've probably seen that on me a while back, Delaney. It's 3:46. Cheers. It's 4:47 here. So, my dear friends, for those of you still reading the Bible and stuff, again, putting your faith in the Old Testament about stuff when we really need to be thinking about what Jesus was talking about. And the fact that do we who live on other parts of the planet really wish to adopt what them folks over there in the Middle East, only they can feel what's going on. The 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, there are true lineages that go this way and that way and this. None of them really come over here, okay? I mean, it's just different. So for them folks over there, it's really, really important. But that doesn't mean that their book is my book or your book as far as the prophecies are concerned. So and I looked at this and I was like, well, here's Armageddon and here's this, and here's Revelations, and and these people are that. That is all kind of sort of true. But when I stop and think about it, though, it all goes back to the Vatican, a lot of it. So the Vatican, had control of the United States. The Vatican had control of certain things, and the Vatican was in blah, 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 right? So, and the Catholic churches and the things and the stuff and the Jesuits here in the Americas creating havoc. Still, by the way. So, and all for the sake of the Catholic Church, when the Catholic Church threw the Jesuits out a couple of hundred years back. So, this idea that we know everything that's going on, but that the world should adopt the whole planet adopt what these folks in this one particular area with their particular God. Okay, but let's just talk about, that for just a second. The God of the Old Testament, okay, which a lot of folks are still believing in, or the God, quote, of the New Testament, who's supposed to be the good, kindly guy, that if we are good people and before we die, we sever any personal attachments to what's here. It's like, now I can't take my house, I can't take the property. So, but I can leave it in the hands of somebody who will take care of it after I'm gone. So I have released myself as being the owner, see what I'm saying? So someone else has control over it in my passing. So I've left it behind because I couldn't take it with me. So I gave it to someone, or it worked out. You know what I'm saying? So we do have choices. So in native, cultures, there are many when some of the elders, as they got older, they would give away these special flowers or special feathers or something they had sewn or whatever. And by the time they die, they only have a couple of possessions, which is usually just what they have on. And that's that. So there is no last will and testament. It's already been dignified that because they give it away before they pass on. Because the older they get, they know they can't keep all this shit. I'm going through this, it's almost making me a manic depressive over it, in that I want to move some of this stuff, but I honestly just don't want to throw it in the garbage can because there still is use to it, but not for me. So I'm in this quandary, and some of the stuff's just going to end up in the garbage because I can't stand it anymore. But that's my decision. That's my battle. That's my phobias. That's my head bangs. That's the things that I've learned over the years. But I'm breaking it. You see, it's difficult. It's a pain in the butt, guys. Let me tell you. But to the point of believe. What's important. I can't take none of this stuff with me. So whatever, hopefully I'm going to be around for the next 10, 15, 20 years, I still kind of have that mentality, I've been doing my exercises more. And as the weather has cooled off these last couple of days, thank you, Jesus. Me and Doug are going to the river, and it's now with the temperature dropping, the skeeters will not be flying. So it'll be really nice on the swamp. Anybody out there want to come, hey sis, how are you? Anybody out there want to go hit the river? This time of the year is the time to hit the river. The end of summer. Oh, by the way, for those of you, I know I've kind of gotten off topic with the Bible, but I think I've yapped about that, but it's still related in that all things are related. So what do we want to believe? Do we want to believe them folks that live over there that have all this stuff that's only pertinent to them over there and included into our lives, as far as the Old Testament and all this stuff. And, we must believe this over here. Why? When it's their belief over there and it's their land, their story, their thing, why should I bring it over here? Now, there are native peoples in all countries all around on this planet. And, in Greece or Italy, there are just those folks who just live up in the mountains. And, they're just people in Austria and in Australia. I mean, there are just people who just are close to the land that don't have necessarily any particular like booming religious thing going on. They're religious in the fact that they stay connected with gardening and stuff like that, and their outdoor activities, so you can tell by their activities, you can tell by who they are as to who they are, so it's like Jules down there in I'm thinking about what you're thinking. So anyway, back to, should I cut my hair? And I'm thinking, yeah, I don't know. Winter's coming on, and when it does get cold down here, it's sort of like a scarf, and it does feel nice around my neck. But it's like I don't know. So the idea that your hair is antenna, I've heard that for a long time. And from different cultures, by the way. And whether it was Samson and Delilah, and they cut his hair, and he asked God, and all this, okey doke. Now, here's the thing. There were some people around that lived around here back when the medicine man was here, and I was having hands-on teaching and so forth. And these folks were literally spell casting against us. And we were coming, there's all kinds of crap that was coming our way. I mean, just stuff. So now my hair was much shorter back then. But now if my hair was this long back then, and had they given me some tea or something, because I was on and off of medications, I'd been in and out of the hospital. And so I was, trying to maintain. So I was a slobbering idiot for a lot of things sometimes. Worse than I am now. And I'm 8-10 years older now when that happened. That happened around 2013-ish. So, if I'd woke up and my hair was cut, and I believed that my hair was my strength, then I would have lost my faith. You see. So if Samson and Delilah, whether or not it's a true story in that he had true powers, but that the ancient tradition that your hair becomes, our antennas, it becomes a strength. It is, the Thule Society and some of them ladies, their hair was really long. And, as some of you may or may not have known, my hair is getting, let's see, it's getting kind of long. So in my own dilemma, in that, it has a tendency to be a pain in the ass at my age. And I'm like, hey, okay, I've had enough of this hippie shit. Let's just be practical, and let's just go back to the hair about shoulder length kind of thing. It was easy to maintain and wash and comb and all that kind of stuff. And let these other hairs that are really short, because some have fallen out, and and they're regrowing. I'm not going bald, but the hairs that got pulled out, new hairs are growing, and they're really short. They're not even like to make bangs with, right? And they're all over the place, so it makes it look funky, right? But it's the little hairs, and so that's why I've noticed some people, they have long hair on the sides, but they've got like a what's that, the crazy shaggy hair thing look. Anyway, they've got a flat top on hair, because the hairs that grow up from the top of your scalp, it got all these little quigglies on it. It makes your hair look funny, right? So it's really short on the top, but they got long hair, a mullet. I said body hair, like when a spirit is near my arm and hair will tingle. Absolutely. I've been in situations where the hair is like, what the hell's going on here? Absolutely. But also but now to the point of the hair being an antenna and Bible story. So was there magic in his hair, or was he so convinced that he had magic in his hair? Okay. That when he woke up and it was cut, that he just absolutely flipped out and lost faith in himself. So in that story, in that parable, is it about the hair? Is it about him having it cut? Is it about him losing his, quote, faith in God, when his faith in God might have meant that he lost his faith in himself? Not God, but the God within us all. So he lost his faith in that he lost his connection with the Spirit, which in this story is that you lost your connection with God, right? And God's angry with you. Is he? Is the universe angry because you cut your hair or something happened? Oh, well, I've lost my power. Did you? Or do you need to believe more than what the hair represents, or whatever it is that it represents? You follow me? So I have been tempted, and I was like, well, at age 69, it's 69, blah, 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 whatever. And being a Libra, 69, just leave it at that. So, but I thought, well, appropriate. I'll cut my hair. Almost cut my hair. Happened just the other day. Increases my paranoia. Like looking in the mirror and seeing a police car. David Crosby. But the idea though that, well, but would that break my connection to the universe? Would that break my connection with nature? And I pondered this last week or so, because I don't know, for whatever reason, it's just like, damn it, man, my hair's getting really long. Sometimes it gets in the way, and then I go, nah, not really. I'll tuck it down my shirt or whatever, and you won't even know that my hair's really long, because all you see is what's inside, sticking out of my shirt. So, and I haven't been able to figure. A single ponytail is okay, but my hair is such that it tangles easy, and in the back I can't brush it out. You know, and I'm not into shampoos and soaps and stuff on my hair. Um, I do use conditioners. About every 2 weeks I condition my hair, but in the meantime I don't. I brush it, and my local water's got clay in it, so I got local minerals in my hair. Uh, but this idea that a lot of people wash the hair way too much, and I've noticed that over the years, have washing it every day or rinsing it or whatever, that my hair was always broken and stuff. So I only wash it when it needs it. Now I can stick it under the sink and rinse it, but this idea of lathering it up every time, and I had great big bouts of dandruff and stuff. And years ago, folks said, some of my nature folks were saying, stop using them shampoos and stuff, and stop using those things and certain soaps in your hair, and stick with just rinsing and doing mild things, whatever. And like witch hazel, for example. If you take some witch hazel and squirt it on your scalp and rub it in after you rinsed your hair, whatever, it'll take whatever soap residues are out and stuff. And my grandpa taught me that back in the 60s, and I've been using witch hazel as a hair tonic after you shower and wash your whatever you do, and just rinse it through your hair and comb it through. Oh my goodness, what it does to your hair, right? A vinegar and mayonnaise hair treatment. Oh my God. If you violate a child, yeah, be very angry. I was tired of the heat on my neck for my hair. Literally was thinking about cutting it yesterday. Spirit sent pearl. Yeah. And I've been thinking about it, Barry, myself. So you're, since however we're connected, we've had similar things happen to us, or thoughts or whatever. So this idea that maybe I've been hearing you wanting to cut your hair, and it was, I was like, cut my hair. Yeah, what the hell? Well, what about my birthday? I'll make it a celebration. I'll cut my hair. What length? I don't know, somewhere along in here. Well, you're going to cut it all? Well, yeah, I don't want to leave just one side like a pigtail, shave this side of my head and leave this side long. That would be strange. But anyway, this subject has gone off track after 3 hours and 48 minutes. Yes, slightly askew, I would say. We're coming up on 50 something. Yeah, I'm going to leave you at this one, because I got cotton mouth, and my cigarettes are oh wait, there's cigarettes right here. I smoked my last one out of the pack a couple hours ago, and I swore I wasn't going to smoke another one. Maybe you did, Barry. Maybe we did talk about it. I'm not sure. But anyway, the idea that we're both thinking about it at the same time, kind of thing, blah blah blah. That's we're still connected. That's the synchronicity of some of these things, right? So it's not so much that we're right or wrong, at least that we're that we're sharing similar types of, ideas at the same time, for whatever the synchronicity is. For me, it just proves that those of us who have made really good connections, our connections are getting really good. And that to me is just like, there you go. That just puts a smile on my face, you know, because in the universe, what's really important? For example, if Jesus had 12 guys that followed him around, he must have been one charismatic son of a gun. You know what I'm saying? For folks to just, sure enough, give up their shit and walk with him. You know what I mean? So, but what did they learn after their experience and the horrors and the torture and the fear and all that kind of thing? So, and living back then, right? So, hey, we heard they hung Jesus. They crucified Jesus the other day. Um, didn't you used to hang around with him? No, 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 not me. I mean, well, I thought you was. I saw you hanging around him that time he was preaching down by the Sea of Galilee. You were over there off the side. Aren't you one of his disciples or something like that? Don't y'all call yourself apostles or something? Well, I just want to say, sorry about your buddy getting crucified like that. That's really bad. Are they after you guys? I mean, think about it, right? So, for me, having been busted by the law, I look at it like this. I look at it like there was a friend of ours, okay, I'll say, and he got busted selling weed in Thomasville. But because he played poker with us once or twice a week, like a Friday or Saturday night, or sometimes a Sunday afternoon football game or whatever, and we'd be playing cards and smoking weed or whatever, So because he was associated with us, but he got busted, all of us who were on his friends list were being looked at too. And we were all smoking weed and buying and selling and trading and stuff. So yeah, but it wasn't like any of us was like making a living at it or anything. We were just buying and selling between us, right? And so we'd all have something to smoke. So if somebody got a line on some, we'd say, hey, I'll put, $100 in, buy some for me too. Yeah, denied him thrice. There you go. So now I got to say this. There have been situations for your own good. And there are people say, would you deny Christ? And I'd say, not from my heart, no. But, if they say, do you deny this cross? I'd go, yeah. Because of what it represents to them. Now, there would be people who look around me and go, but wait a minute, I thought you said you were, wait a minute, but that cross ain't got nothing to do with what I believe. That cross is just a metal object, or whatever it's made of. It's just a fiction. What I have in my heart ain't got nothing to do with that thing. So, if you say, do you, you want to spit on this? Sure, I'll spit on it because I don't really care. It's just that, it does. Okay, but there's Jesus on the cross. Would I spit on Jesus? No. This piece of metal or whatever it is a piece of metal. Okay. It represents what's the church. So if I spit on it, I'm spitting on the church. But to save my life. Now somebody said, yeah, but you mean you would deny God? I didn't say that. I would spit on this idol. What do you mean? Jesus on the cross. To me, that's like an idol. Everybody wants to worship an idol. Get it? So they worship Jesus. He was not into that. Pay attention, right? So it's like, so I spit on the idol that they're trying to make of Jesus. You see? Different. But I spit on the Catholic Church. I spit on all churches who would use the likeness of Jesus, if he really looked like that, to pawn their church. So yeah, I spit on it. But you just spit on Jesus. No, I spit on the representation of what the church wants you to believe. I know what I'm doing. I'm spitting on a metal object that represents something to all these geeky folks that are standing around me. So then, well, then you denied God. That is not what I did. But you spit on the cross. Yeah. Okay. Well, then that means you, no, I just, you know, there you go. Oh, but that means what? It means something to you, but it means that I just threw some saliva on a piece of metal. That's what I believe. It ain't got nothing to do with me and my connection to God. It's all your fantasy. So, but I'm somehow a heretic, or I have sold out my faith. But what if I want to do this because in my faith, it is better that I stay alive and work in the sidelines and be able to save people and get them to understand that, say, going out and, walking down the street, sort of like gay lib, but Christian lib during the days of throwing folks to the lions. Be look, I'm a Christian. Everybody, look, there's a bunch of Christians just thrown to the lions. So it's like, there's your sign. So in this grand scheme of thing of the Bible, where they make sin, they create the sin, they create the Ten Commandments, they create the laws, they create the worship, which is exactly, you shall not put any false gods before me. But then they put Jesus on a cross and say, worship him. Oh, yeah, but he's the Son of God. Well, if we are like Jesus and like the angels say that we are like them, then we're also sons of God too. But what's the deal? Just saying, lots of things to consider. But back to the thing, though, the rest of the planet, in a lot of ways, believe the same thing, and they call it tradition. Okay. It's traditional that during the harvest moon, we do a dance and we offer up corn maiden and we all do a thing. Hey, Travis, good morning to you as well. And so, but, in that, do you say, well, they're worshiping something. Listen, I've talked about this before, but in the Catholic Church, and I'm harping on them tonight because they're the ones that are really behind some of this, where all these other denominations have fallen from the Catholic Church. Okay. And the Bible and what they believe and want us to believe and all that kind of stuff. So we have to remember that there was a whole other planet doing a whole nother thing. And in a way, I've looked at this like yin and yang. So on the European continent over there's all these buildings and castles and churches and monuments. And when folks come to the Americas, the Mayans have built some things and there's a couple of stuff, but nowhere near what's going on over there. The Great Wall, all the things, right? So the idea, though, so there are these tribes who live close to the land with teepees and wigwams and stuff who think it's perfectly natural to live like that, much like the nomads do on the plains of Russia and out there. And, the reindeer, I mean, there are native tribes that still live that way down in Africa. They live in certain ways and they're living in old traditional ways. And guess what? It's close to the earth. They feel closer to the earth. They dance with no shoes. And, the women, are shirtless along with the men. And I talked about this earlier, but, it was, hundreds of people just, not caring about anybody's physical appearance because they weren't wearing conventional clothes. So, but to the children of Israel and all this, God would come down and smite you because these people are dancing and writhing, and because maybe they've got an effigy of some animal made out of wood or whatever, the golden lamb. So you cannot worship any other gods. You shall not place any other gods before me, right? So, but it's like, so what if what if Buffalo is, it's Buffalo Moon, right? So you have an effigy of a buffalo, and you're out and you're doing dance, and you're doing the dance of the buffalo. Guess what? They're just dancing around. They're half naked and they're painted up and they're wearing these masks. Okay. Well, here's the thing. They're honoring the buffalo that died so that they could live. But no, no, no. They're dancing around this fire, and they got a buffalo's head to worship it. No, you don't get it. Pay attention. So, but where other people would be sacrificing and worshiping them, there is the difference of giving honor to that which has nourished us. A big difference. So, but the people in the Americas believed in this core value. So here's all this other crap going on the other side of the planet, right? So look at this as there's yin, whichever yin is, and yang. So here there's all this construction, all the stonework, all this stuff, thousands of years, building roads, wars, knives, swords, crap. These guys over here are still using flint, right? They're still living in teepees, okay? They're still doing things the ancient ways until we showed up. So that it's the yin and yang of the planet. So here's this strip of the Americas that were peaceable and did, and then there's the other side of the world, which is what we all have history of, right? So when they came over and disrupted this, I think the yin and the yang of the planet got screwed. And in a lot of ways, Mother Earth has kind of been telling us, look, you're going to take to the point where I have to take back because the balance is gone. So if you think of the Americas as being not necessarily the good side, but at least the calm and the quiet side, and the more, whereas the other side was, tearing down mountains and building walls and cities and castles, you know what I mean? So, and it never became important to the native peoples. It never became important, in the Southwest, the caves that, they carve things in caves and that kind of thing. But, down here in the South, and, they build huts and wiki things, and they build them up on stilts and stuff. And, and sometimes storms would come in and wipe out whole villages, and shit's been happening for a long time, and the native stories tell about the great storms that came in from the ocean, and that some people believed that they had angered the thunder gods, when technically that's probably not true, because there's a group of people, somebody did something bad and a hurricane comes, maybe coincidental, but I don't think really in reality that creator or Mother Earth wants to destroy a whole village or because of somebody's karma or something, but anyway. But in the religion terms, where there's all of this sin, there's everything we do is wrong. We got to report to the church. We got to, get baptized. We got to do what the church says, not what Jesus said. So for folks who want to join a religion right now because they think it's Armageddon, okie dokie. I would say, I will pray that you will understand that a religion does not get you any closer to God or to that. If it makes you feel safe, because they say that if you come with us, and that's what Catholics say, join us and we'll get you there, Wake and bake. Yeah, 5:18, 2 minutes. Yeah, I still got, boy, this little bitty right here has been a lot of fun here for the last couple of hours. I got my card for depression. I get depressed every time. Here's the thing. And I have here recently, I found a couple what I call tidbits, right? So the end of a bag of something, and I have the opportunity to get some new, right? So I take the tidbit that's left and I put it in a container, and maybe it's still wrapped up in the plastic or whatever, and it goes in the container, right? An old medicine bottle or vitamin bottle, right? So and I write a little something on the top, that makes me know what's in the bottle, right? A couple of letters. Keywords for me, they ain't gonna make shit to nobody else, right? So I look and go, oh, there's one. And then I was looking around and I was in the bathroom. I went, well, there's one. And then I started finding all these little bottles with all these little tidbits in them. And I'm like, holy crap, if I put them all together, I got a decent amount of weed. I was like, it kind of sort of happened by accident in that at the end of the month. And I'm, trying not to smoke a lot, but if I want to smoke some, I load it up and fire it up. But at the same point, with some of this good stuff that I've been getting, you take one hit and an hour later, you go, wow, that was pretty good. Wait, you mean it's been an hour already? Oh, well, then that's pretty good. So I don't have to smoke an ounce of this stuff. Where if it's not as good, you're obviously going to be like, well, fuck, I can't get a high off of this for nothing, right? So, but anyway, I know I'm off topic now because it's coming up on the 420 thingy. 520 actually. It is 520 right now, so smoke if you got them. And it's 4:05 here. As how many hours? So you're depressed because you can't ever find any. And see, that was one of the things I was talking with my neighbor, and he brought his wife is so kind, and they sent some deer stew over tonight for me. It was thinking about me. It was Friday night and came over, and so I had a little bud here, and I was like, so, especially for bringing me the food, but sit down with my friend, and I'll share a bowl with you, right? And so he was like, so I pull out my jar and I've got all these little tidbits in it, right? So it's like, wonder what kind we want here. Well, there's some Pineapple Express and there's some blueberry thingy, and there's a little bit of Skittles. There's some Tangy. And so it ain't much, but there's a couple of buds and and I just got it wrapped up and they're all in a jar that I keep the lid sealed. And it's like, well, I didn't want to tell him how old some of the weed was because my tidbits go back almost 2 years. So I've got weed that I bought 2 years ago in these little tidbits. And people say, oh, well, it'll go bad. Not if you keep it in the bag, and not if you keep it blah, blah, blah. And not if you. So I've got all these tidbits that for me, I'm sitting around the house. And I'm, well, I wonder if this is any good. And they take a little button, put it in there and fire it up. And, 2 or 3 hours later, when you come out of the fog, you go, oh, so, but anyway, what's this got to do with the Bible? Because the penny saved is a penny earned. So in that, one of the things that some of the elders have told me, and a couple of them that were like smoking ladies kind of anyway. And they were like, they say, if you ever have problems finding weed, the next time you get a bag, you take a bud, you take some, then find a place out wherever it is so that not just anybody can come by and pick it up and whatever. Put it to where you think the little ones will find it and leave it as an offering. And she looked at me and she winked and she goes, when times are bad, you'd be surprised that when you give an offering like that to the spirits, that you might not ever run out. And I looked at her and I went, okay, I'm game. And I did it for a long time and I still do. And I haven't run out for a long time. So, but my point to that is like, when you give honor to things you may not even really truly believe in, but you take that leap of faith, and then all of a sudden things turn around and you never run out kind of thing, like me with my little tidbits. But here's the other thing. A penny saved is a penny earned. But for those of you old folks out there, and I remember, the hippie days. And for some of you, do you remember the fabulous Furry Freak Brothers? Okay. It was back in, the Keep on Trucking days and the old hippie, cartoon comic books kind of thing back in the late 60s and 70s, early 70s. And I can't remember the guy's names, but I used to have a comic from him, the Fabulous Furry Free Brothers. But anyway, and so the thing was, there was like he's sitting there, and he ain't got no food, and he ain't, the lights are off, and his buddy comes over and he goes, "Hey man, how come, you all your lights are off, you ain't got no food?" And he goes, "You ain't got no money." And he goes, "Well," and he's sitting there and he's got this great big joint he was always used to smoke, and he's sitting on the couch or whatever, and he's smoking this big joint. He goes, "Well," he said, "I realized that it's easier to get through times of no money as long as you've got dope. But, if you got money but no dope, And so it was like, oh, yeah. I found many gifts a lot in my life. Me too, Pearl. And I mean, sometimes out in the mountains, kind of weird places, overlooks, and look down and there's weed down there. But anyway, yes, very odd circumstances. I mean, in the national forest, found a 3/4 inch joint of some really good weed. And, we just looked around like, is this a setup? There was nobody there. So he picked it up and smoked it real quick. And, but, it was, yeah, in the national forest, So, but it wasn't a common parking area along a creek, but to just find a joint, laying on the ground out there. So yeah, been there, done that. I love it. So there are lots of gifts in the universe. And what, for me, people say, well, it'll never happen. Well, we were coming back from a trip from Tennessee one time, and me and my friend Tim, I think I told this story, but I'll make it quick. We took this, always coming back from the mountains, from doing a puppet show in Tennessee. That Sunday, or whatever the day was coming back, was always a leisurely day. Wasn't in a hurry to get home. All we had to do was just head south. So we took detours and went through here and went over this place. And so every time we came back from a trip up there, we always took a different route, right? So just looking at stuff and seeing things, and just running into all kinds of stuff. So we took this one road that led us up this mountain and this overview back up over Tennessee where we had just come from. And we're right at the Georgia-Tennessee border, somewhere right along in there on a back road, right? And we come to this overpass and we're standing there and we're looking around at it. And my friend looks at me and goes, "Man, it would be really cool if we had something to smoke." We had something, a little bit to smoke on the way up, and, but we were fresh out, right? So we're standing there at the overlook, looking back over the valley where we'd just come from, and looked down, and about 15 feet below us, there where somebody had been smoking a joint and tossed it over the edge. So when he crawled down the side over there and got down to the bottom, he found 2 roaches, a really good size, like, over half of the joint was tossed down. So somebody must have come up. And, when they were standing there smoking at the overlook, and they just went, I don't want to get caught. And they tossed it. So he found 2 of them down there in a little tiny road. So in total 3. So he came back up just smiling, and he was like, "You ain't going to believe this." And I go, "I believe anything, when you just, kind of go with the flow." So out of nowhere, we had, about 2 joints actually combined with this little nubby thing that he found. But with my little woody, my little pipe, we just stuck it in there, took a little hit and smoked it like hash, and we got quite high the rest of the way back, which was a good, 6.5 hour trip. So, we smiled the whole way back, had a ball. It was like, if you just allow yourself to, to the universe and just kind of pay attention to your surroundings, you never know wherever you are, what might happen. And, so people that have never had that happen to them, they don't believe it. So, but I've had all these incidents in my life that I've talked to you about, and I see, so that makes me believe because they've happened to me. So I believe and I believe and I have faith that, do I know what's going to happen or how it's going to show up? No, I'm just going to believe that the chances in the You want that luck? I haven't always been that lucky, Chloe, but there have been those times that you go, oh my God, look what's right there. And you go, holy crap, is this for me? And you go, thank you, thank you, and you mean it, you know what I mean? And sometimes it don't always work out that way, but to the point is though that you never give up. You never give up hope. So when those blessings do come to you from out of the nowhere, and you're really in the middle of the Chattahoochee National Forest, and there's a 3/4 of a joint laying there, you just go, thank you to whoever left it, right? So and similar things have happened to other people, but to the point though, does it happen all the time? If you look around, it does. You don't the hard part is to not expect it. But here's the thing, what you learn is that you can expect that anything could happen, and you accept that. So it's not that you're expecting something to happen, you just know that it could. That's all. So it's not that you have to think on it. You don't have to pray on it. You don't have to worship anything or send any money in or nothing like that. Nothing you need to join. It's just that sometimes the universe, so, out of nowhere, you know, like my neighbor showed up tonight with supper when I was trying to figure out what I was going to cook, and, he shows up in the yard, and so, but anyway, but to the point though, so we never know from one minute to the next what kind of thing's going to show up, not show up, phone rings, doesn't, you just don't know. So, but I just know in my heart that anything's possible and that stuff can happen. So what I was going to do last night ended up different because I shared it with a couple hours with my friend. And, we had a good talk and laugh and busted out and talking about, we're how long he's lived over here at his place. And, we both live on a floodplain and how close he's come to where the creek come up and flooded his property out because he's further downhill than I am. And I mean, so we're having these really good conversation with sharing a good bowl. And, it's just nice, right? So, but did I had I expected it? Were they going to show up? No. But I got to admit, there was a part of me earlier on in the day that was like, I kept looking up the driveway going, there's nobody coming. It's just Friday. What do you look? I just kept looking up the driveway going, and then later on they show up, come down the driveway. So was that a premonition I had earlier today by, is somebody coming? Or maybe they were thinking they were going to send me some earlier on. I don't know. But, was that my premonition that they were going to show up? Anyway. But the thing is though, I didn't sit here and expect anybody to show up because I caught myself looking up the driveway. But so the way, what you do is you put it's over here in memory and you go, okay, that's interesting. Looking up the driveway, any particular reason? No. Are we expecting anybody? No. Are we going to go anywhere? No. Well, we got to walk up and drop off the garbage. Okay. So, but anything else? No. So you walk up the driveway and check around, no feeling. You get back to the house and you're sitting here and you look out the window and you go, there I go again, looking up at the driveway, like I'm expecting somebody. And it's like, I know I'm not, but so these are the things that you look for in your behavior, because sometimes these are the preconditions of recognitions that you have about future events. So was anybody coming down coming down the driveway? No, but later on somebody did, just a couple hours later after having that thought. So whatever the synchronicity is in that, I go, well, that's interesting. Because after the second time of looking out the window, I was like, there ain't nobody coming. And then later on they came and I was like, surprise, surprise. So when you stop expecting, even though there's a part of you, so sometimes you have to just give it up to the universe. What if my neighbor hadn't showed up tonight? I looked up the driveway. It could have been nothing, right? The fact that it happened and other similar incidents to my point. But so you just keep an eye on them. So it's for you, your gauge. How are you doing in the universe? How are your spirits? How is the hair tingling on your arm, like Delaney was talking about earlier. I got it where I found a fat sack of medical buzz. You know, good weed will get you through times of no money better than no money will get you through times of no weed. So, but ain't that fabulous furry freak brothers. So, but anyway, so I got one more minute here, and then it's 4 hours and 20 minutes I've been with you. So that was my other 420 I was sitting here for. Brought home a McDonald's bag. I was going to throw it away. He grabbed it and shook it. An ounce fell out. Oh my God. Wow, that's a good dog. You know, you know, you know what it smells like, right? So, but anyway, but in this universe of the Bible world, you know, we need to reconsider that we're all being terrified because of the prophecies of these particular people in a particular area of the planet. Should the rest of us be as concerned? And I'm just asking the question, you know, there are parts of the Bible, like I've talked about, that I believe in, I've seen, revelations, other things. So, but at the same time, folks say that if you don't have a Bible, you're doomed. And I want to go, well, I'm not quite sure, because that book is not going to save you. The words in the book aren't going to save you. It's what you believe in your heart that you get from what's in the book. So if I believe Jesus is in my heart because I accept him, and I have made the statement, as I did a couple hours ago in this video, I am a warrior for Christ. Okay. I'm here, you know, for whatever it is. But at the same time, would I spit on the church if somebody, you know, said, "Oh, you know, you're a Christian"? I go, you know, prove it. Well, if you're not a Christian, then spit on this, you know, cross. Okay, tui, because I understand from a much higher level that cross doesn't mean to me what it means to them. Well, you know, he's not a Christian. Okay, let him go. Well, and in my heart, I still am. So it's like, oh, he's a blasphemer. He's not really a Christian. Shh, you dumbasses. Don't show all your cards. You can still believe and not get eaten by a fucking lion. You know, I don't think Jesus said, you know, he was sacrificed because of the deal he made. But it didn't mean that all Christians should, oh, I'm a Christian, I'm going to sacrifice myself because of my faith. That's stupid. Okay. Christians were killed, Muslims, or people were eaten in the arena, and folks paid good money for it. You know, just saying. Whether we tend to admit it or not, there is a hint of barbarism, whether we want to believe it or not, in each and every one of us. You can call it a god, a demon. You can call it Satan. You can call it devil. You can call it evil spirits or something. There is an opposite side to each of us. And it's like the Native American story about, there's the white wolf and the black wolf, and they both fight. And the white represents good, and the black wolf represents evil and bad stuff. And the young brave looks at the elder and says, "Grandfather, which one wins?" And grandfather looks at the young brave and he says, "Whichever one you feed." So if you feed the white wolf, then he wins. If you feed the black wolf, then he wins. So whichever you feed. So there are some things, in my humble opinion, that's very simple to understand in the universe, and that simple little story right there. So which wolf do which wolf do you feed? There are times when sometimes you have to feed them both, and that gets you in the gray area. And but in the universe, you'll know that, God dog it, I really don't, but I got to do this right now for this short time because that's got to get me by or whatever. There are sometimes, now that don't mean you're selling out to the enemy or something like that, but sometimes you have to make concessions in life that you'd rather not. Like, I worked as a plumber and I've stuck my hands in some nasty stuff in your life and dealt with things that where other people just would. So, but at the same time, I was making, $25 an hour on the side, and I didn't, as tough as it was, I was like, man, somebody's got to do this, and I'm going to get this, and blah, blah, blah. And, okay. So, you do what you got to do when you got to do it, but there are some people who are just going, no, I would never do that. Yeah, well, I did, but because, at the end of it all, I was making $25 an hour, and it took me 5 hours. So I made $125 when that was like a week's worth of work, and I made it in one afternoon. But I had to do some really nasty, gunky, funky honestly deal with human shit. And it was like, it was nasty. So, but, what I made in that afternoon was a week's worth of pay for me. So of course I did it, because nobody else would, and blah, 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 so, okay. So you knuckle down, buckle down, and do it, do it, do it. So what are your sacrifices? You say, well, I would never do that. Well, how hungry are you? Now I would never sell myself down on the highway kind of thing, but at the same time, I might flag you down and go, hey, you got any spare change, or you got something I can do other than, orally satisfy you, unless you're, never mind. But that, I'll wash your car, whatever you need for a meal or whatever. And I've done that, and sometimes been very blessed with much more than that. But be willing to work for your meal. Sing for your supper. There was a Mamas and Papas song. Sing for your supper and you'll get breakfast. Songbirds are not dumb. They never find a crumb of bread, it's said. So sing and you'll be fed. The Mamas and Papas, on one of their albums, sing for your supper and you'll get breakfast. Songbirds are not dumb. They'll always find a crumb, it's said. So sing and you'll be fed. So, but anyway, sing for your supper. If you can't do anything else, then, do something versus just say, hey, I'm hungry. So, well, look, I'm hungry, but, I got a harmonica. I'll play a couple of tunes for you. Or, hey, I got some stories, hey, I got some jokes. You like jokes? When you say you want to volunteer, look, I don't know of how I can help you, but if there's something I can do, like, but if you just say, look, I want something. Okay. But I'm hungry. Okay. And, okay. So you're hungry. You come up, knock on the door, blah, blah, blah. Okay, you're hungry. So, is there anything you can do for me? Well, I'm hungry. Okay. So, so if you just come to somebody's door and go, I'm hungry, feed me, you go, okay. The first thing you're going to do is be offstanding. But if you go up to somebody's house and go, look, I'm looking for work or something or anything because I'm hungry and I will work for food. But so, I noticed, you need your grass cut. You got a lawnmower, I'll mow it for you if you'll, feed me supper. I've done stuff like that, right? So to the point. So that's how you barter. But people nowadays, a lot of times, are just they wouldn't do that. Well, I couldn't do. I wouldn't do something like that. I wouldn't stoop so low. But you're going to go hungry. So you'd be surprised at the things that I have found, stories heard, lessons learned by working for a meal a day or two meals a day. Of course, now they were really good effing meals. Do you hear me? I mean, homemade biscuits and different kinds of gravy. There'd be two or three different kinds of meat. There'd be fried chicken one day. There'd be stewed chicken or chicken and dumplings. There'd be pork chops. There'd be pork steaks. There's beef and gravy. And oh my God, fresh potatoes, fresh corn on the cob kind of thing, and beans from the freezer from the garden last year or whatever. So, but anyway, and a place to stay. Of course, when you don't have any food, you don't have anywhere to go, you don't have any money to go anywhere, and eating and having a place to stay seemed to be like really important. So in a way, it's like sharecropping. So when a little money come along, you get some pay, but it really wasn't much. But you were working for meals. And if I'd have got up early enough, I could have had breakfast too. It was 3 meals a day, and it was like $20 a day, which ain't much, right? But it was also a place I had to live. It was a big old farmhouse, and but talk about poor, right? But then 3 meals a day, let me tell you. Of course, we worked from sun up to sundown, and sometimes after, with the hogs and and the pigs, and hogs on the slather and pigs in the pens, and then running wild, and then we got cows and we got this, and stuff break. So farm work, not a problem. You know what I mean? Have crop tobacco, put it in the barns, heated them, cooked them, and took them to market. But them days are mostly gone. But so for a lot of folks, they don't know what work is. Okay, work around down here in the South, people used to come work tobacco from like Tampa. I met a girl up here one year, and she was like, "You from Tampa?" And I'm from Tampa. What you up here for? Well, I come up. I got some relatives, and I come up here to work tobacco during the summer. And those jobs are gone. And those people that folks that used to travel and come up here and do stuff, and all that's changed. So in a lot of ways, it seems like there's a lot of imbalance to the world. But when I look at what's going on over yonder and all the fighting and the fussing and everything, when we look at us here in the United States and in the Americas, yeah, there's some fussing and fighting going on, but they ain't bombs going off and jets flying over and people in the streets with rocket, RPGs and shit. You got to say, wait a minute. So I ask you to consider this, Bibles or not, are we still the Americas in how I don't want to say we're nonchalant, because we're a lot of gun owners, right? And don't mess with us, we'll kill you, or at least wound your ass really good. But versus the other side of the globe that are literally fighting each other with rockets and grenades and guns and shit. And so we got to stay who we are in order to keep the balance on this planet. The more they want us to think like them over there, Bible and stuff included, because it's all tied together, right? But Vatican, all the things and the stuff over there, we need to stay balanced over here. Now, the whole planet can work on the balance thing, but you see what I'm saying? So there's so much strife going on over there. And it is not the same over here in the Americas. We got our issues, there's the things, there's stuff goes wrong, but it ain't like over there, you must admit. And those of us here say, oh, hell no, not us, right? So there's a riot, there's a thing, somebody killed, and but it ain't like them, all right? But they want us to believe it is. They want us to make it their story. And we got to stick to our own. Now, I know that's some heavy shit. But if we all stick together, because we are all of the soul tribe, we are all members of the League of Like Minded Beings. But in this case, for those of us who live within the confines of the Americas, Canada's included in this, in my humble opinion, and the Caribbean and Cuba and the islands, sure, absolutely. So it's part of the Americas, and each one's got their own culture, and they each got their own sort of way of looking at life, but they're all have a good vibe, you know. There are those, back in the day, there were the Batistas and the folks and Cubans and fighting and killing, but there's a few, but it ain't like it was back in the 60s, okay, and in the 50s, and why Fidel overtook and the Bay of Pigs and all that kind of stuff. So, Viva la Revolucion. There's stuff going on still in Panama and the jungles and stuff, but it ain't as bad as it used to be. Okay. I mean, it hasn't gone away, but I'm just saying it isn't as bad as it used to be. Whether it's quieted down or people are paid off, my point is it ain't like the other side of the planet from us. Okay. So you say, well, yeah, we still got strife and some shit going on, but they don't have planes flying over with bombs and rockets, and we need to be thankful for that. But the more they want us to believe, we over here must accept their book, their Bible world, which is theirs, not ours. We stay connected to the primal forces and to what I maybe this strip of the Americas is for, to be opposite the other side for whatever reason, yin and yang, the good, the bad, the white wolf or the black wolf. Which one do you feed, right? So, this is some heavy duty stuff, but it is related to the Bible because of so many of the stories that have the Bible and this theory and this thing that is part of their core value belief that you're selling. So it gets into you, and it's hard for you to not look at it and go, yeah, but God said, yeah, we can't go there. We're just going to say, here's the thing. Do you believe in Christ? Yes or no? Yes. Do you believe he was a good person and he wanted to do good? Yes. I know this is a stretch, but do you believe he died for his sins? Well, kind of, sort of. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay. All right. Versus no, right? Okay. So at least you're leaning. All right. So you say, um, do you believe that we are all angels in the eyes of God? Well, what? Well, you have to believe that we are all angels in the eyes of God. Well, what's it got to do with Jesus? Well, because Jesus was an angel, and he came down here and he showed us that, by his resurrection and everything, that he's an angel, and that we are like him, that we are all angels too, because we are all angels of God. We're all part of the thing. So, then we could have that power too. Not that I want to hang on the cross and prove it, but for me personally, I've spent 3 days on the river, so I kind of understand some of that. But the idea, though, that there in the suffering there is a salvation, but it doesn't mean that everything we see, have, or touch must be, that we have to suffer to get it. You know what I mean? So we enter into the suffering. The church enters it. So, but did Christ put the suffering upon us? Do you believe Christ put suffering on us? No, neither do I. Because we put our own suffering. Now, where we live and states affairs and world wars and crap like that. Shit happens, right? So, and some things are honestly beyond our control. So we just have to do the best we can, you know, in order to stay alive. But at the same time, we have to keep our morals as much as we can. So what do we do? How do we get through this? Do you trust in the Almighty? The Almighty what? Well, the Great Spirit, the Spirit of all things in the universe. And despite it, as long as we do good, it's going to be good for us when we die and our, okie dokie. So you believe kind of sort of anything about that? Well, I've heard stories and well, so what do I have to do to join? You're already a member. What? You're already a member. Well, how can I didn't, well, wait a minute. You just answered those questions. Yeah, and you're already a member. A couple more questions wouldn't hurt, but you still pretty much got the basics and, so, how you believe in the church or whatever. But if you believe in a higher spirit, and you don't have to worship it, you know, and if you truly believe in the spirit, then every day, and if you want to quote, make the sacrifice, for me, when I was learning about it back when I was 15 in the church, to understanding what, I'd been to the St. Leo's College, and there are monks up there that come and study. There's a grotto and stuff. But anyway, so I'd met with some young men, and we talked about this and what it means to become a monk or what it means to become a priest or whatever. So I was honestly searching, and St. Leo's College has always been a cool place for me anyway. So, nice golf course too. But the idea though, that having had these chats with, those who were studying the priesthood and those who had just become priests and were there at the college or whatever, the words angel and alien are interchangeable. Pretty much, Ian. Pretty much. Yeah. There's some entities that are alien to me, but I don't know if they exist in this telephone booth in my head, but I don't know if they're existing somewhere as a being that I could see, or if they're just a connection in the universe, that they have no physicalness to them at all. They're alien, yeah, and so they're listening to me up there playing cards going, well, that's interesting. Are we just flecks of dust up here? Or, hey, Ralph, are we really playing cards or is this our imagination? So, and I look up and go, well, things to consider, in this grand scheme of how do we understand this in this 3D reality? Because when we go to the other side, we're going to go, holy shit, this is nothing like I thought it was going to be. Think about it. Do we really know what the fourth dimension and what being, do we really know? And here's the thing, and I'm going to say this again, but the other day, and my pops over there, Arnie, who adopted me, my uncle, when he came out of that 2-month coma, I was there and he pulled me in close and he said, David, unplug me. And I looked at him and I was like, Pops, you just got out of this coma, and he pulled me in a little closer and he said, David, unplug me. And I was like, but you're doing okay and your legs are okay. And he was like, David, unplug me. So he wasn't really plugged into any life-saving things at the time. He was being monitored, but he was breathing on his own and stuff. But, a couple of days later, he went back into the coma and we had to unplug him. So here's my thing, and I've talked about this the last time. Of course, I can't remember when the last time was, but to the point, though, in this idea, though, and in talking about this, then the fear of death. And my thing is that there are some people who come back and who fight to stay alive. And he was like, unplug me. So if the other side was so bad, why would he want to go back? If it was eternal hell, why would he want to go back? This world was not so bad to him. We all loved him. Family was there and we were all rooting for him. And so, and he understood that, but he said, unplug me. So if he needed to be here, he would have fought to stay here and said, bring me some coffee, help me out. I don't care. Well, his response was unplug me. So the other side, and maybe that's a message after all these years, that if it was really bad, he would have said, help me, Jesus, to stay here. I don't want to die. And that wasn't his message. And he studied the Bible. He was a Catholic. He went to church and, and abided by a lot of this stuff. But he wasn't, quote, a strict Catholic, but he pretty much stayed on it, He was at least a 95%er in the way he lived and helping people and stuff, He sent money to children's homes and foster kids and all kinds of stuff. And even on his meager paycheck, he sent money out every month to these organizations that help children. So, and none of us knew this until after he got in the hospital, and we had to go through his personal stuff, and we're getting mail, and it's time for you, for your monthly payment, Mr. Null, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, wow, he's been doing this for years, his meager paychecks, but he always still sends money out, to these organizations for orphans and, adoption agencies. And he adopted me and my sister, right? So even until he died, he still maintained that. Nobody told him he had to do it. Nobody was forcing him to do it. It was his own personal thing. And he gave until he died. Nothing wrong with that. That's very elegant. Not many people know that kind of thing. So, and for me to weigh it into this cosmic, good or bad, did you do a good thing? Is it a bad thing? Have you been an asshole all your life? Have you been taking candy from the kids instead of giving them, he was always fair in business. There were times when I, kind of sort of almost hated his guts, but in the long run, he was always there. And since his passing, I have learned a lot from Uncle Arnie, from, my pops. And the thing about, so for me, not that I dwell on dying, it's just, I'm just getting old and, it's like crap, wonder how, it's kind of hard not to think, wonder how much time I really got, should I start any long time projects? I haven't been to a doctor in years, so I could be eat up with cancer on the inside. And not know it, but like my friend Serge was. But I'm going to be happy no matter what every day that I'm here, and I'm going to do my best as long as I'm here and for whatever time I got. See, so I'm going to share it, be it, do it. So it doesn't really matter. I mean, I don't want to have a heart attack and pass out over tomorrow. I mean, we lost our dear friend Brian last year, so which was sudden. Anything's possible to any one of us, right? So I'm just going to, keep working for the good side and doing what I can. And what else can I do, right? So these chats and these discussions about the Bible and the correlations and what does it really mean to us? So what it should really mean to us, if we think this is Armageddon or this is Revelations playing out, we may very well be true about that. But it's their plan, not ours. We don't live over there. The Temple Mound and the Temple thingy, it only matters to them. It doesn't matter to us. Okay? We over here go back to the old ways that were native to where we live here. In Canada, all the way down to South America and down to the tip to Antarctica. All of the Americas had the same kind of closeness to nature. We weren't into building big cities. We weren't into building castles are forts. We still don't have castles and forts and structures like they do over there. Down in Mexico and certain places, but up here in the Americas, not like they would have over in Europe. We don't have big castles and armaments and fortificate. There are those places in the mountains and stuff, but I mean, we've got skyscrapers and things and stuff. And by the way, at the end of this, because of their Bible, all right, and because of the anniversary of 9, you know what's coming next, right? Because this is September, coming up in a few days. They're planning something. They're planning something really big. They want it to be as big as the last time, okay? And because of pulling out of where they did, they're going to try to do the same thing they did 20 years ago. There's too many weird vibes that are going on and around that whoever is in charge of this wants to start another war, okay? Because not enough people have died from the stab, the thing, the stuff, the this. Not enough people are dying. And to some of their agenda, that's what the plan is. So we need to be very careful and keep an eye on what these damn fools have got planned for us, because we don't have to buy into it. And so, are they projecting the weather and having a lot of rain come in and stuff? Possibly. But my curiosity is, where did all the rain come from? Where did all that water here's my thing. If the water vapor was coming out of the Caribbean and there was a 15-foot storm surge and there was a foot of rain that fell in a lot of places, okay? So you take a foot of water out of the Gulf of Mexico due to evaporation and whatever, right, and dump it on the United States. And so by the time it dumped a foot here and here and here and here, there's been this 1 foot of water. I'm just sticking with a foot, and I know some places were less and some were. My point is, let's just stick with a foot because we can visualize this. So there's been a foot of water from Louisiana all the way to Maine in the wake of this storm. There's been a foot of water, right? So the Gulf of Mexico, if the water was coming out of the Gulf of Mexico, watching the water vapors and stuff like that, and, maybe some of it's coming out of the Pacific. But here's the thing. The Gulf of Mexico, with all the water that's dropped on land, should have dropped a foot. I mean, people along the beaches ought to be going, wow, the Gulf of Mexico's, down about a foot. The water used to come up to here at high tide. Now it's down to here. That's a foot lower than it was, because all the water vapor, assuming it came out of the ocean. Okay. So my question is, where did all the water actually come from? I know weather wars, but my point is, they can war with us all they want. But where did the volume of water come from that dumped a foot of water from Louisiana to Maine? I mean, we got several inches here, and we weren't even close to, and near the center of the storm or anything. We still had some rain bands and some high winds, but, we had 3 or 4 inches of rain here. So, but just in that one, just where the storm really went, okay, 6 inches of water. Think of 6 inches of water everywhere from Louisiana to Maine. And there was more than that, but to the point though, so there was this river of water that was put down as the storm went over. It's the volume of water that was in the clouds. Where did the water come from? Did it come out of the Atlantic? Did it suck it out of the Gulf? I'm saying with all the water that was dumped, one of them oceans should be low or both. Where did the volume of water, it had to come from somewhere. Did it come from outer space? Where did the volume of water that fell just around here come from? Well, because for us, living where we do, we always get these little lows and the water comes out of the Gulf. Okay, so in where they're at, where's that volume of water coming from? You see, it's coming from the oceans, it's coming from the atmosphere. I get it, but do you understand what I'm saying? The volume of water that was counted on the earth, think about where that come from. Did it come from here? One of the oceans ought to be low. You see what I'm saying? I'm just saying that was a lot of water, not just storm. So is it weather wars or something? I don't know. But you don't just create water, right? It's transformed. It is heated, and the atmosphere comes back as rain and all. I get it. Oh, it's 6:10. Oh my God, that means the sun's going to be coming up. But this idea though, that where did that volume of water come from? Did it come out of the ocean? Well, I don't know, but to my point, that was a lot of water that came from somewheres. All the oceans, this and that. I'm just saying, it's a lot of water that came from some of the oceans. If we were to look and go, is the Gulf of Mexico? It should be missing 6 inches of water if it were to like just calm down a little bit and settle. Because that much water was taken out of the Gulf. When you take the land mass and put it over the Gulf, you go, crap, right? So there was that much, the Gulf ought to be low, just as a point. But anyway, so my friends, it's 6:11 in the morning time, and I've been here for almost 5 hours yapping about shit. Maybe the ice shelf isn't so icy anymore. Here's my thing about this, Travis and Ian and all y'all. My point is that normally the storms we normally get, the thunderstorms and stuff, it's coming in from the Atlantic, and you can see where there's a flow and all this, and I get it. And we get rain and we get this, but we don't get a foot of rain over a 75-mile width from Louisiana to Maine. You see what I mean? It's the volume of water, not that it rained, it's the amount. That's my point. I mean, seeing the water that was being dumped in New York and the flooding and all, I was like, yeah, that's what 4 inches of rain will do, and that's But the thing is that in watching the river levels, I'm also watching the volume of water, right? So how much water does it take to get to 8 feet, and what's its flow rate, and how many cubic feet of water moving at X amount of speed is flowing, right? And how much, force that is. And for just out of curiosity, right? So in watching the rivers around here, as many of you have been heard me talk about, to watch what went on in New York City and up through the mountains and stuff, that was an inordinate amount of water. Not just that it was a storm or whatever. I mean, it was the quantity of water. That quantity of water's got to be missing from somewhere. All the lakes and rivers are full, so it ain't from here. So did it come from the Atlantic and the Gulf? When you look at the vapors and stuff, there's not much coming up out of the Pacific and across the Yucatan or anything. And there has been some water vapor and stuff that looks like it's coming out of the Gulf, but to dump that much water, I'm just saying it's a big volume. Let's keep an eye on things. Are the aliens doing it? Having anything to do with it? I don't know. I still want to know where the water came from. I mean, from the atmosphere, you have to be able to trace it back. You know what I mean? So the storm came out of the Gulf, it built all the water. Okie doke. But once it got on land, where did all the water come from? Because it wasn't over the Gulf anymore. Where did all that water come from? Just a curiosity. But see, that's what's interesting about some of these things. Other storms, I get it. It pulled to here and there and everything, and a couple of inches. And, this one was a monster. Now, did they make it a monster? To me, it doesn't matter if they made it or not. What's amazing to me, and we should really consider, is the volume of water that was dropped. Where did that vapor come from? I'm just, that's, to me, that's like, you know. Having studied forestry and natural convection and so forth, my house is aligned, so I get cooler air from the low side and it goes uphill in a natural convection. So with the windows open, if I didn't have fans, it would still draw the hot air out of the house and bring in cool air on its own, right? So I understand these things. So it's just been, am I freaked out about it? No, but it's damn sure curiosity. It ain't about the storm, but it is about the quantity of water. Are they doing it? Not sure. I watched the radar, and as the storm moved up the coast, there were signs in the radar of some tampering. And there were some strange radar swirls after the storm went north of us that was happening down here in South Georgia. And I'd made a statement a week or so ago, and I said, some of the, we could normally see if they'd been tampering with the atmosphere because it shows up in the radar. And a week later, after saying something, I noticed it in the radar. But for us, it was after the storm had already moved north. And we do have an air base over there in Valdosta. And there was some kind of, weird stuff going on. And its basic center was kind of sort of down there near the air base. So I scratched my head sometimes and go, so were they doing some kind of testing or, because it's, an air base, or were they tampering with the weather? Well, the storm had already gone. So was it pushing or, just curiosity, but there were waves and sort of circular pattern kind of thing that showed up in the weather radar on the regular radar. So it was like, Now one could just be a coincidence of the other, but as far as cloud cover goes here, yesterday was an absolutely freaking gorgeous day. It was 88 degrees outside with not too high humidity. There was a little cool freshness in the air. And as I told some of you before, not bragging, but I am, that we were going to have an early fall, it felt like. And ants moved into my wall over there, by the way. So unbeknownst to me, they snuck in and found them in my wall and in one of my plants in the window. So the ants have been, when I talked about they were trying to move in, they're literally moving into the wall of my house. So, but anyway, all things considered, I don't think it's going to be a horrible winter. It's just going to be cooler earlier than, say, an Indian summer till December, which down here has been like that. So maybe the ice shelf. Yeah, much love, everybody. The sun's fixing to come up. There's a 20 coming here in a minute, and I got just enough to take a hit, and then I'm going to say adios to everybody. I do continue to pray for each and every one of you. I do. It's important that we all remember we are members of this league. What we think does matter. How we react or don't react or overreact to certain things in the universe And, and thinking about this thing about the Bible and stuff, I've had some very interesting questions from several folks over the last couple of months. And, I've kind of made up my mind, it's like, yeah, all that stuff over there, what has that got to do with me? I've always had that kind of sort of attitude, like even as a young Catholic in school, like, so the Holy Land, what's that got to do with me in Tampa, where grew up, right? What's that got to do with me over here? Well, it's there as in a thingy in the Vatican and all that. Well, but it's still their war, not mine or whatever it is, right? So my involvement is, well, do you believe in the church? Well, at the time I said, yeah. Well, then you must have faith. Okay. But if you think the Catholic Church is doing something stupid, then should I still go along with it? Well, not supposed to eat red meat on Fridays, can only eat fish. Okay. Well, okay. A lot of times we had apple pancakes and strange stuff that other folks didn't quite eat, but was our Friday dinners. There were times where we just had great big bowls of popcorn. That was supper for, on a Friday night, we'd watch a movie. You too, Ian. I'm fixing to get out of here too. Have a grand day, everyone. And you too, Travis. So anyway, so with this idea of the Bible and all the information and so forth, what we need to do is just be nice and calm and do some critical thinking and go, look, those folks who believe that, it's going to happen over there. Is Armageddon going to happen to the rest of the planet? Well, we got all kinds of storms and hurricanes and earthquakes. There's always going to be turmoil. So, but is it God or now to the point? It could be aliens that are vibrating the earth in certain ways. There's a extreme possibility that because they have machines, we've got machines, but they've got better ones, that they could just create an earthquake somewhere and really honestly wreak havoc on people. There's tsunamis and high water. So, but just keep in mind, when you kind of sort of watch and think about, how since I brought up how much water, just stop and think, wow, the amount of water that fell and, where did all that water come from? Ain't that just a curiosity? It will come from the atmosphere. Yeah, but did it absorb it? It had to come from somewhere. So is it aliens that are giving us more water? Now, something we could consider. If we had this huge storm that dumped all this rain, what is water and rain and what is it doing? It's washing things out. So was this huge storm actually Mother Nature's way of like cleaning some of the poo from all the chickens around here? Was it out to clean off? Who knows what that rain was actually meant for? So we could say, oh, it was torrential. Oh, it was terrible. But what if the universe, what if Mother Earth, what if whatever is saying, y'all needed a bunch of, there was some nasty stuff that needed flushed out. And the only way we could really do it was with rain. Sorry about that. But there was some wind with that too. Things happen. So unintentional consequences from something that so the water was meant to cleanse for whatever reason, and a lot of water, so a lot of cleansing. So, just another point of view of what was a tragedy, right? Was it a tragedy or was it meant to cleanse? So what's God's point of view? Is God, punishing these people? Is God pointing his finger and teaching them a lesson? Or is Mother Earth and nature and the balance of things saying, it just needed good flushing out, So anyway, I missed it. It's 4:23. So see y'all later. I got one more hit and then, so I'll say my prayer, but thank you all for, for staying this long with me and for coming in and hanging out and all that. I hear talking. Am I hearing you guys in my head? I mean, I hear talking. That's weird. But anyway, so with our understanding of the universe, just remember there are a bunch of us out here and we keep our thoughts good, we keep our thoughts clean. Okay. Um, but remember that for every time that somebody says that's sinful, you have to stop and think, well, wait a minute. It could be, I mean, pedophile and kids and but that's not good. But if being sinful is to have two bowls of ice cream instead of only one, then okay, but that ain't on the same scale. So, a discussion about sin is coming up, but not now. But the idea, though, but that religion and the book and the Bible and the frequencies that it sets up for us, we look at everything like I was talking about earlier about the natives in Africa who, are all, half naked by the standards of the world. They're doing selfies and videotaping the thingy and the event. And what they're doing is they're dressed in native tradition, which is for the women and men and to just sort of be in grass skirts and they're topless and nobody cares. And there's hundreds of them and people watching and videotape and they're all, interacting and being good people. But, oh, they're a bunch of savages, and we have to think beyond this kind of stuff because it's this kind of stuff that gave us these attitudes. So these people went back to their thinking. We need to go back to some of our own thinking. Like, I don't want to fight about this. I don't want somebody telling me what to do. I don't want something, something, something. I think that we have basic rights and we're just going to say no. Does that mean we're going to go to war? But not necessarily, but it means we mean no. Like them folks over at Phoebe Putney that walked out when they said mandatory shots. So it's like, no, you're not going to make me do it. No, so when we say no and people have to stop and one way or the other, things have to work out, but we stick to our grounds and we say no. That's how we do it. And for whatever cost it is, and sometimes it means suffering or whatever, but and if that's what we do to believe or to, so, but for our own safety, I don't want to get jabbed. So if somebody said, well, you can't do this and you won't be able to do that unless you get it, I'm just going to say, well, then I guess I ain't going to do it. Well, you won't be able to get on a plane. Okay, I'll drive. Well, we're going to stop you at the border. I doubt that. But okay, go ahead, try to scare me. But this idea though that, their plan, their Bible, their Armageddon does not necessarily mean it's for us in the Americas. Because of, I think the Americas, honestly, like a magnet, we're this side, there's that side, and there's a balance of sorts of in that. When you look at the landmass, they've got us beat by landmass, but to the point of energies, the folks in America and Canada and even through Mexico aren't near as spiteful and mean and bad and nasty as some of them folks over there and the Arabs and over there. We don't have tanks in our streets. We're not firing RPGs. I mean, it's different. You got to admit. So the folks in Greece, the folks under there, and the folks over here, the Taliban and the this guys, the Egyptians and the Israelis, and then the Palestinians in between throwing, So, there's all kinds of strife going on, but it ain't on our side of the planet. Let's keep it that way. And we can pray for them. I'm sorry, but them dumb buttholes that want to keep up what they're doing over there because they need to fulfill their book. Doesn't mean it has to include us. Hey, Tracy B. Hey, Hawkeye, no debates, discussion. We can debate, but here's the thing. I have debated this and looked at it, and I'm not to say that somebody that you all don't have a, not you per se, but that you all, the folks, but um, they simply won't accept some of the simplest of things, like they didn't know about us over there back when they wrote the Bible. That's just fact, you know. Oh, but no, they knew about, no, God knew about us. Well, maybe he did, but whoever wrote the Old Testament did not know about us in the Americas. I'm sorry, you know. Oh, but it was included. No, they weren't. No, we weren't. No, we weren't. So, however you want to look at it, though, there is sort of a paradox there. And whether I'm right or wrong about, the spirit and all this stuff, if you just stop and just kind of think about it, because, the book was written by men, not by God. They were influenced by Jesus or whatever the story it was. But the story they tell of Jesus is very simple. He taught peace and love and sharing. He created fishes and loaves so everybody could eat. He never asked anybody to bring for them to bring you know, a special meal to him, kind of thing. You know what I mean? It was all about him serving other folks. So this understanding and idea, though, but religion doesn't teach that. It's all about the religion. So I still say I am a warrior for Christ and always will be. And I stand for the goodness to serve all people who need help as best we can, best I can, which at the moment may not be much, but we can have conversations. And there are times when I talk with folks on the phone and things. So I do what I can in my limited account, but whatever it may be, and every day is different. I just still try to be that. I'm not talking about you, me. I'm talking about, yeah, I agree. And I didn't necessarily mean you, Tracy B, do, but to the point, yeah, to the arguers. And it's like, so, but in these last couple of weeks, I've had conversations with quite a few people, Tracy. And for all my years, you'll have to watch the last 5 hours of this. But in all these years of looking at the Bible and stuff and not trying to put it down, there's good messages in there. There are things that I still read and look at. So, but in the all of it, though, the world of the Bible is just the spot over there in on the planet. It's not all encompassing. It doesn't encompass all of Africa or China or Russia or the North or South or the Antarctic or, maybe Australia because it's a big island and they could see it, kind of thing. But the Americas, nobody knew about. So what people try to sell us in the Bible as the whole world is not the whole world. It's that continent that is over there. That's my point. And everything changes when you say, well, but no, it doesn't include Americans, because Native Americans and Native peoples, and I mean North and South, were kind to the earth and didn't build monuments and didn't need skyscrapers and didn't need castles and didn't need stonework and didn't need all these. They didn't need big boats and ships to sail around and to conquer other people. So this side of the planet, where I'm assuming if you're in the Americas, that we're on that positive side of them crazy folks on the other side who just seem they build and destroy and blow up and kill each other. And we've got our nasty traits on this side, but it ain't nowhere near like them. So I say those folks with the Bible and the area that it talks about, them folk need to work it out. And I'm praying for all of them, the Jewish, to this one, the Muslim, the whoever is related to the other guy. I say, just be nice to each other and learn to live with each other. And, the Palestinians thrown out of their centuries long, where they have lived to this, this little strip on the edge over here, and Israel takes over. It's just nonsense. Why aren't they all living together? Why is there a wall? Why is there a fence? Why is there anything? Why are there people starving on one side and everybody's healthy on the other? It's just freaking stupid. and the Jews are right, and these are right, and those are right. They're all wrong. They've all got it wrong. For whatever their religion tells them, they need to be humans and help each other. But they're still fighting after all these centuries, and they're in the Holy Land. I'm sorry. If it's that holy, I don't want to be there. If it's going to create all that kind of stress and strife and everything, I don't want to go to the Holy Land. Are you crazy? You folks over there are nuts. I'm going to go to the peaceable side of the planet. I'm going to stay here. I don't want to go over there. Well, why would I do that? Why would I become a part of that energy? Well, but it's the Holy Land. Not to me. I went to Serpent Mound. That was pretty holy to me. I've seen certain, earthworks, that, they work with Mother Nature, and they stand out, but they're not ugly eyesores. And so there were things that were did and done, and, but they were done with the earth. They were done in, with the right energy and with the right stuff. So, but anyway, holes everywhere in the Holy Land. Bombs, yeah. Yeah, it's good, Tracy. And even if you don't agree with me, it's okay. We can agree to disagree. I'm good with that. So my point why I'm here is not to make folks believe what I'm talking about. It's for you all to stop and think and go, well, some bitch, I never thought about that. You know. So, but when we look at how the universe is trying to mind control us, and the Catholic Church and those churches under it, because they all submit to the Vatican now, and many governments. So we say, well, they don't have anything to do with it. Bullshit, right? So, but anyway, so these folks, whatever their plan is, right, is we have to understand they're using the Bible and the context, and they're twisting and using it to enslave us all wherever they can. Because in my world where I sit and I look at you all, I say, each one of us is connected to the Spirit right this moment. Each one of us is having a divine conversation, not just with me or my spirits or whatever, but because we're sitting here and we're having this chat, we are connected right now, aren't we? So we don't need to go to church. We don't need any special signs of the cross. Now we can burn some sage or burn a bowl, and that's in honor. We share that between us. So that sharing is what helps, whether it's weed or whatever, it could be a smoke, whatever it is. We could take a sip of Coke. It wouldn't matter. It would be the fact that we're sharing something at the same time, and that we all agree, and we're all smiling and having a thing or whatever, you know what I mean? So, but in that, so to me, that's holy, because we are all connected and having a good time. We're connected to the universe. We all feel the spirit of the universe right now. We didn't have to go to any church, didn't have to join anything. We just realized it. We just understood it. And the more we understand it, the more we understood this, the more we'll realize we're connected all the time, ain't we? Yeah, we are. We're connected all the time. Because just because we're not thinking about it doesn't mean the universe quits thinking about it, because as the cards say, in the void, null and void, but in the void, in the silence is where all answers lie. So if we stop and listen and go, I'll be damned. Maybe. So is the Bible wrong? No, it's just not right for those of us who don't live in that existence. To the Jews and the folks and the this and that, to you guys, that's holy and sacred. And no problem. Y'all go through what you want to go through. But I'm going to stick with what Native folks, many still feel, many whites and mixes and so forth, because over the years, the Native folks, a lot of folks have got some Cherokee and this and that in them, and I have offended some Cherokee folk and other people, because some of these things that I've heard from the elders, I just stop and I go, that's absurd. Oh, well, this is this and that's happened. And I go, no. Somebody has gotten in your head. But no, that ain't no. I've talked with a lot of Cherokee folk. I ain't never heard that. But okay. But you say you, all right. So, but now they're going to be pissed off at me. And Native Americans are going, well, you're not even standing up for us. Stop it. And it's not about standing up for anybody. It's standing up for what is just right. That's all. But you have to look at everybody's using their religion. See, I don't have an agenda. When I sit down and have these chats with you, my agenda is to just have a chat with you guys. My agenda is for y'all to just stop and think about, ain't this some crazy shit? Decent way to live, then modified for that personal power. Right. And it's like, here's the thing, Travis. There are a lot of people who talk about, because they're leaning into witchcraft and magic and all. What power do you want? What consumes you so much that you seek this power? What the fuck are you going to do with it? And who gives you the right to have this power because you want to learn the secrets of the universe? Who gives you the right to play God in any way, shape, or form? You don't get it. Because if you want to force nature to do something for your will, which is what most magic spells are all about, you're forcing nature to do something that you want done specifically, rather than asking for it and see how it turns out, right? And working towards that effect. But anyway, so my friends, have a great weekend. Happy Saturday. I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers, and I give you all cosmic hugs. And until next time, do the best that you can. Believe, 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 believe. We do all belong in this universe. So I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many, many, many blessings from the universe that'll come when you least expect them. I continue to pray that each and every day, that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. And in that law of three, that's always important to me, I continue to pray, and I mean it from my heart, that you all will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, the wisdom, and the many blessings from the universe. Thank you, Travis, and anybody, Michelle, if you're still there. I know most of you have dropped out. It's okay. I love you. It's been almost 6 hours. This was a long one, wasn't it? So, but great honor and respect and grace be to you all. Hey, Tracy B, you hanging out. Oh, there's a third. But I mean this with all respect to everybody. This last 5.5 hours of talking about the Bible and the land and what it means and the different things to other people and all. Whether you believe any of what I've said or not, you've got to scratch your head and go, there's some strangeness going on here, maybe. Just saying. I'm not here for y'all to believe me. I'm actually here to be the messenger of common sense. Look at what the Bible says. That's what they all claim. So if we look at what the Bible says, then the Americas are not part of this dream. The Americas and us and you and me are not a part of their apocalypse. It's their apocalypse, not ours. But they want it to be our apocalypse. Common sense. But Travis, here's the thing. We of us who believe in the spaceship thingy and the aliens, that they're planning something between now and the end of the year, especially those of the cabal who want to use 9/11 like they did. Just 16 years to the date, another Cat 5 hits Louisiana and didn't do as much damage, but look at the water it poured on the United States. So yes, it did do as much damage. 16 years, whatever that number is in cabal terms. But, here's the thing, 20 years, if they did that with Katrina on the same date, same category, what are they going to do in a couple of days? I swear to God, I'm praying and hoping nothing. but there's some really strange vibrations that are going on that I'm just like, here's my, after I've said all these nice prayers, I'm going to curse. Okay. I'm going to curse a lot, probably. These dumb motherfucking sons of bitches, whoever is in charge of this stuff, alien or otherwise, they like to prove points. There are dates, there are times of the year that are always special to them. And they like to stick it to us. So they'll do something. Then when it gets repeated, oh my God, there was another terrorist attack on the 20th anniversary of 9/11. And now we all got to go back to war. Let's all go back to Afghanistan because we found somebody's, wallet in the streets of New York City. It must have fell out of the plane. Right? Remember that? So what are they fixing to do? What are they fixing to do? I hope nothing. My prayers, but here's the thing. I won't even say the whole date. It's 9/ the rest, right? In a few days, which it is. So from now to then, I'm kind of sort of worried about it, because of how crazy these folks are and dates and anniversaries and what just happened with this hurricane thing and on the same day. I mean, just coincidence. 20th anniversary, 16th anniversary, just saying. So if they're connecting these, if they're manipulating these things, guess what's next? But here's the thing. Will it be New York City? Everything's always been LA. I'm looking at, horror movies. How many times has LA been destroyed? How many times has New York City been destroyed? How many times, so you stop thinking, well, Chicago a couple of times, but, but is it going to be any one of those places, is it going to be somewhere new? Is it going to be in the United States? Is it going to be in a big city? Is it going to, what is it, that, but they want to do something because it is the 20th anniversary. If I was a bad guy and I wanted to ha ha ha, look at this. It's 20th anniversary. Let's we're gonna take down the arch in St. Louis, for example. What if all of a sudden the arch that was built or whatever, and just saying, renegades with rogue F-16 fighter jets accidentally blow up the arch in St. Louis. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Who knows? I hope nothing, especially for us here in America. I hope nothing anywhere, but to the point though, and they're they've been planning stuff for a long time, and the virus thing hasn't worked out right, and they're trying to pay people to get them, and people are losing, quitting their jobs, and hospital staff are walking out, and things ain't working out like they. So if they had a chance, they would want to go. 20th anniversary. Let's stick it to them. Let's really show whatever it is they want to show us. For whatever reason, to terrorize, to keep us, and I would say hoping nothing happens with this silent, it's like it's too obvious, it's just too obvious, I'm going to keep my thoughts away from bad stuff. Where or who or whatever, if something bad were to happen. They found their just passport. Yeah, It vaporized steel, but not that passport. Right. Exactly. I mean, exactly. You know, I've worked in the aircraft industry, building small aircraft. I worked in building turbine engines for Pratt and Whitney and and also we built blades for Rolls Royce and some other folks too. But you know, JT8, JT9 engines and the stage 12 and 13, you know, compression engines. You know, made a lot of them. You know, and I was one of the machinists that we produced a bunch of them that went in a bunch of airplanes. For many years, I worked there. So understanding the tolerances and things like that, that, you know, the parts of those engines go through. And then for these people to say, well, this engine did such and such, bullshit. You know, for those of us who worked in the industry, we know better, right? And those of us who are machinists and grinders and, you know, folks manufacturing and things like that, tool and die folks, you know, buildings don't turn into vapor and turn into dust. You know, things like that just don't happen. So there is stuff that is like really obvious, like the idea of this whole, you know, topic of this show about the Bible, the world of the Bible. So the world of the Bible, and we have to consider this as a wrap up, that the area in the Bible of the old pictures and stuff in the Bibles themselves that show you the area of the Holy Land and everything, that is the world. The areas around the Mediterranean, that was their world. That was the world of these people who spread out later and are all over different parts. But to the point, it's their Messiah. It's their story. It's their whatever it is that they have to spread their teachings to the world that has corrupted the world from their teachings because they're preaching for something that only belongs to them. I mean, it would be like the Lakota or, you know, or the Cheyenne or the Hopi going to the Middle East and going, hey, you know, I'm Hopi and I come over here. The Hopi has more right than these folks do, in my opinion, because at least he would be talking about the earth. But, you know, this idea, so that, you know, the Arabs and everything would look at this, you know, guy from, you know, the Hopi tribe or whatever tribe, Navajo or something. And some of these guys have tried, by the way. And that the, you know, Arabs and everybody, but this is our holy land. You have nothing to do with this, you know, and but I'm Hopi and I'm here to represent Mother Earth. And they go, yeah, but this is the Holy Land. This goes back for years for us. And you have no business here. Go back to America. We bomb you too, you know. Red man, green man, we don't care, you know. So anyway, so this idea that, you know, the Native Americans would accept the Arab countries if they understood about the earth, if they respected it like Native American folks do. And I mean North and South America now. And so I know there are a lot of other folks in between that just don't believe and they live in cities in South America and stuff and they live a lifestyle and things. But there are also the folks that still live in the jungle. There are still them people that live in the woods and up in the hills, just like America, just like me down here in the swamp, just like a lot of other people on this planet. And whether or not we say, well, you know, like I've said, I'm a warrior for Christ, but I ain't supporting the Bible and making anybody swallow that because that's man-made. Just saying. So until I die, I'm a warrior for Christ, but I will continue to tell people, beware of the Bible in that. So here's my point to some of these folks who believe in this Bible and who believe in the stuff and that Jesus and the Old Testament say, okay, but how is that relevant to where you live right now and what you're doing? Well, but it says in the Holy Land in the temple, right? We don't live in the Holy Land. We don't have anything to do with the temple. Yeah, but the things and the folks and the stuff, and you go, but it ain't us. It's their prophecy. Well, it's the Christian. Nah, it ain't the Christian prophecy. It's the Jews and the folks who are trying to make the prophecy come true. It ain't got nothing to do with you and me over here. I'm just saying, well, yes, it does. No, it doesn't. Well, but the Bible says that the 12 tribes of Israel, yeah, that live over there. We don't have nothing to do with the 12 tribes of Israel. Just saying. So it's their prophecy, it's their stuff, it's their Bible, it's their belief, not ours. Blasphemy. Do I still believe in Christ? Absolutely. Do I still believe in the things that he said and preached? Absolutely. The rest of it, it's just a book. Okay. So with that said, I love you all. I already said the prayers, but be safe, be careful. And we're right now, we are connected with the Spirit. We have been. And sometimes it's hard to break the connection, ain't it, Michelle? But good night, good morning, wherever you are. The sun's starting to come up. It's getting light outside. I think I'll go out and see if I can see a deer. As the sun comes up. Now that I'm still awake, and I'll get some coffee. But thank you, Travis. Thank you all. Just reconsider some of the stuff. Not believing all the crap that the Bible says doesn't mean that you can't believe in Jesus Christ. That you can't believe that he came and he died and that's all good. But the rest of it, toss it out, because it's going to confuse every single person. And I want people to be spiritual. If the shit's going to really hit the fan, then people need to get together with other people. They need to understand what it means to be a human. They need to understand just certain basic things, And I'm sorry, but the churches and the worship business just don't get it. So, but anyway, I love you all until next time. So from South Georgia, as the sun comes up, 5:45 hours and 40 minutes into this, it is 6:55 a.m. here in South Georgia, Eastern Daylight Time for another month or so. I still have my clock set, to regular time. Hey, Roman, how are you? 555. Yeah, that's interesting. Now, you're on my time, Michelle. I'm on Central Time because I didn't set my clocks. But Roman, sorry, but I'm tired. But I did 5.5 hours of stuff. You could rewind. Tracy B, it's good to see you. Thank you always for your comments and for all y'all. I'm here to have conversation. Not to blow myself up as being some kind of savior or something like that. No, I'm just an old guy with different opinions. And as I discuss things out loud, sometimes my opinions kind of like, well, I hadn't even considered some things. So when the angels or the aliens or whoever's up yonder or around me, that we have these conversations, it isn't to demean anyone or to, you all are wrong or you all, but let's just stop and think about this in a totally different point of view. That's all. So the Bible does not include this side of the planet. And for Tracy B and Norman and Travis, I don't know if you had heard this, but I think that the Americas, North and South, are part of the yin and yang of the planet, in that side of the planet with all the building and temples and gods and all that stuff, and the Americas with all the native folks until they were invaded by them folk, were the antithesis. They're the opposite of what the other side was. There aren't ancient buildings. There aren't, all these things that Europe and over there has. And they called, the folks over here savages, when I think the native peoples of the Americas, North and South and in between, all of us, we just got a different point of view. Well, it's a history. It goes back 4,000 years or more. Different tribes, different ways, but they all had the basics, right? So when you look at the planet, for example, electric motors got a positive, negative side, and as it spins, this is what gives it its throw around, right? Alternating current, it helps alternate it, and the armature goes around, and that's what makes a motor go, right? Okay, so, but as the planet spins, so you've got all this stuff over here, then over here, you've got all this stuff. So we're like a giant motor anyway, we're spinning like a top. So what if the energy that was given by all the native peoples for so long has been wiped out, and that just simply by energy, in this magnetic motor that's spinning, we're out of balance because the nature, Mother Nature, the nature of us living here was such that no matter what kind of wars went on the other side, we counterbalanced it. Just saying. Something to think about, in the universe of what the hell. But I mean, with all the other crazy shit going on, if there were folks who were planning the planet, right, they're looking for, and for thousands of years it worked, right, until we started making steel buildings and all this stuff, right, and bombing each other and, being really crazy. But so with the Americas, before they got, understood, or, the Portuguese and the Spanish got here, these folks lived amongst themselves and everything was in a harmony. That harmony's been broken for a couple hundred years, right? So now the planet's out of whack and things are moving around. And so how do we get harmony back? Maybe the United States needs to go back to some of its old harmony. How hard would that be? Yeah, they were paid by the British for scalps, and also the French. The French paid them too. And some of the Iroquois and some of them folks up in when they came in, the French Canadians, and they came in up to Quebec and down the St. Lawrence River, I think. Anyway, they came in up there and established. So the British and the Indians, but so they were paid by those who wanted to get rid of the other side. So they also took ears and scalps. So, but yeah. And they want to blame it on the Indian, when actually, it was the other way around. So, but anyway, and some of the Indians practiced it. Yeah, you missed me, but you can I can get off of here and you can rewind and listen to your, and know, Roman, that you're a part of this group, even though you're not here sometimes with us and sharing and all that. It's okay. We love you. When you re-listen, you're there. So until next time, I know I promised you all some card readings, but energy's just kind of been weird lately. Plus, I've had some unexpected company that kind of interrupted me a couple of nights. So, but I still have card readings in mind for y'all. So blessings, happy Saturday. Football's back. We can watch football. Yay. For some folks, it's like, oh my God. Oh, and this is Labor Day weekend too. So y'all be careful. So be safe, be kind, be sweet, and above all, be kind to yourself and stay healthy, because otherwise we can't help the universe if we're all sick. So cheers, everyone. I love you. Be safe. Till next time. Thank you, Tracy, Michelle, Roman, Travis, anybody else that's hanging out there that ain't in the chat. It's okay. We love you. If you made it to the end of this video, man, you're a sucker for punishment. I love you. Bye. TTFN from South Georgia. And I still wonder where all that water come from. Bye, y'all.